Good morning and welcome to the penultimate round of the Ultimate Karting Championship. We're here in Wales at the Glany circuit to knock it off here for round 5 of the Ultimate Karting Championship, and what a weekend we have planned out for us. We've already had one day of action under our belt, one more to go. I'm going to be Kai Bacchini, and I'm going to be talking you through all of the action and everything which is going on here at the UKC Championship. 1.1 kilometers of circuit, 13 turns for these drivers to tackle on, 39.4 feet of elevation. A lot for these drivers to take into account, and a lot that they have to tackle on head-on going into today's action. So many big names of karting have arranged here to attack the Glany circuit. Overcast clouds is going to be the weather for today, around 14 degrees throughout. So a nice little bit of sun is going to be peeking through the clouds. It's really planned out to be a great day for all of the racing which we have here today. We have 6 different classes which will be taking to the circuit, and I can't wait for all of the racing to get underway. 2 heats has already been completed by all of the drivers in each of the classes. They've also had warm-up this morning, so all of the drivers just getting themselves prepared and getting themselves ready for today's action and today's proceedings. As you can see, the lovely Welsh scenery, a very scenic track here at Glany, and there is a lot to take into account. I mean, it's a very difficult track. It's very different to the previous circuits that we've had here at the Ultimate Karting Championship. I mean, a very technical one, but it's all about keeping up that minimum speed throughout those tight sections, and it's all about carrying as much momentum as possible. As you can see there, to start off the day, we're going to have Junior Rotax Superheat A. They've already had 2 heats, well, 3 heats total as a class, but 2 heats for each driver. Warm-up this morning has also been completed. In warm-up this morning, it was actually Lewis Goff which topped the timing sheets with what was going to be the fastest lap time of the morning. But coming up to start off today's proceedings is Junior Rotax Superheat A. So, as I mentioned, Junior Rotax Superheat A is going to be the first class out onto the circuit. Leon Hasty is going to be starting on pole position with Lewis Goff alongside him. Luke Splamford and Jack West on the second row with William Antrobus and Arya Bansal following in behind. Row 4 consists of Lizzie Mentier and Jai Fox Whiteley from Cole Denham, Lloyd Palmer, Vlad Tomanchik and Ben Horner starting in 12th position. 13th is Charlie Wolfit and John J. Buchan rounds out the 7th row of the grid. The 8th row is Alfie McBain and Mikey Walker. Then Ryan Rapini and Amy Peacock in 18th. 19th is Callum Foster from Owen Wallace, Ethan Hatch, Henry Cameron, Alfie Lambert and Sava Solonchenko rounding out the 12th row. 13th row and the final 25th driver on the grid. Sebastian Lurschel round it out from the back of the grid. So 25 drivers all ready to battle for the crown and to set themselves up nicely for the finals later on today. Obviously, only 34 drivers can make it through to the final later on today, so not every single driver taking part will make it through to the super finals later on this afternoon. Junior Rotax, one of the most competitive classes that we have here this weekend. They are the biggest class that we have this weekend. So a lot of talent and a lot of action to unpack here. With the drivers now making their way off the grid, they will make their way onto their formation lap and get themselves ready for the start of this race. Green flags are flying and rubber is getting warmed up now as you'll see the drivers weaving left and right, getting themselves prepared for the start of the racing. For the superheats here, we're going to have 12 minutes plus 1 lap, 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the Junior Rotax category. After that, we're going to have the second of the Junior Rotax Superheats. So double Junior Rotax action to start off your morning. If you're watching along on the YouTube chat, make sure to put a message in the chat. Let us know where you're watching along from and who you are supporting. We'll keep an eye on that as today's proceedings go along. But going down towards the first corner, Hasty and Goff on the first row. Revs now rise and across the line we go. We go racing first time round, battling down to the first corner as everyone keeping their foot pinned to the floor. diving up towards the first bend now. Great move on the inside there. Manages to keep it held. Does Leon Hasty right now. A lot of battling in the mid-pack as the drivers are now filing their way through, squabbling for positions. Everybody just trying to keep themselves on the circuit as one of the DHR carts in the background there just going off the circuit for a second. Looked like that might have been the number 4 cart of Lizzie Mentia. There's Lizzie Mentia there as they now go down through the Devil's Elbow in the Rib Cruncher on the most difficult sections of the circuit. Hard to get an overtake done, but it's also hard to keep up good momentum through there. Contact warning already going out the way of Henry Cameron. So Henry Cameron already picking up a contact warning on the first lap of this race. Drivers going side by side up the hill as we make our way forwards. A couple drivers making a lot of places, and one making another there was the number 62. That was Cole Denham making a move down the inside as he made his way up the hill. Down into double left, trying to dive down the inside. Is that going to work in his favor? Charlie Wolfett trying to get down the inside of 2 drivers. You may as well make room for 2 if you're going to make an overtake on 1. Down the hill, keeping an eye on Cole Denham now. He has the number 92 of Jack West pinned to his rear bumper as they make their way around the final corner and across the line to mark another lap completed. Interesting to see there, Jack West just pointing forwards to Cole Denham, saying, don't worry about me in behind. Let's work together, push forwards. Going down the hill now. Lock on the brakes there from Leon Hasty, keeping that car right on the edge, pushing it to the limit. He knows that he's going to have to keep doing that because he has Lewis Goff breathing down his neck as they go through the Devil's Elbow now. The bright blue number 38 still topping the charts. Contact warning going out the way of Charlie Wolfett. The 195 already in the bad books of the stewards. Down the home straight and through the first corner we go. A little check over the shoulder there from what looked like Lewis Gilbert. Obviously that's Leon Hasty wearing the Lewis Gilbert suit. Let's see if he brings him a little bit more pace. Well, he's currently in first position, so it's going well for him for the time being. Down the hill we go through the double left-hander, keeping an eye on William Antrobus, new to this class. Antrobus stepped up into the junior rotax class. Arya Bansal, the driver in behind, was the one who picked up the fastest lap on that previous tour of the circuit. It was a 42.65, which Bansal got under his belt, but oh no, that looks like that was heartbreak there for one of the drivers off the circuit. No, it looks like it may even be 2 drivers off the circuit. One of them's Amy Peacock. The other one looks like it might have been Ryan Rapini. Oh, that's such a shame for the both of those. Amy Peacock and Ryan Rapini both coming off the circuit and dropping down to the bottom of the orders. So not quite sure what happened there, but maybe a bit of contact between the two of them sends them pummeling down the order. We're keeping an eye through the Devil's Elbow here and down through the Rib Cruncher. That's William Antrobus on the back of the number 62 of Cole Denham. Antrobus managed to get that move done on the previous tour of the circuit on Jack West. So West drops down into 6th, Antrobus up into 5th, as he's now got his eyes poised on that number 62, but he's got a lot of pressure from Jack West in behind. West basically pushing Antrobus through the 3rd corner. A look over the shoulder there from the 74 of Lewis Goff. He may be applying pressure on the back of Leon Hasty in front, but he doesn't all have it too nicely as he's got Lucas Blanford all over the rear bumper of that 74. Blanford trying to keep the pressure pushed onto the back of Goff right now. Goff in a position where he needs to make an overtake on Hasty, or he's going to be the driver which is next falling into the clutches of Lucas Blanford. Check over the shoulder there from Blanford as they make their way up the hill now. Down the hill, move down the inside there. That was Charlie Wolfett diving down the inside of Vlad Tomanchik, getting himself up in a 9th position. Good move there from the 195, taking advantage of a small mistake there from Tomanchik. Just positioned that car on the inside line. Very nicely got that move done. Down the hill we go once again, using all the track available to them, using all the curbage available to them. Does Hasty, Goff and Blanford. as the kart's basically airborne flying down the hill. Just over half the race now completed. There we see the rear bumper of Cole Denham as he makes his way down the hill towards the double left hand, down the inside. That's a late move, but he'll get that one done nicely. A pat on the back does he deserve. Cole Denham, great move on the inside of Arya Bantal, completely caught his competitor off guard there. Just diving down the inside. Last of the late breakers there was Cole Denham as he managed to get that one done. That was a beautiful move there from the 62 as he gets himself up in a 6th position now. Down the back straight and up the hill once again. William Antrobus is now the driver picking up the fastest lap of the race, trying to break down that gap and bridge the gap between P3 and P4. If he's able to catch himself onto the back of that top 3 battle, he would well be within a chance of getting himself up that order. Only 3 minutes and 45 seconds now remaining on the clock, though, as the drivers cut their way down the hill once again. Lewis Goff just hanging on for dear life as they go down the hill and now down the home straight. Leon Hasty pulls a little bit of breathing room there on Goff, as Goff seems to not get the best exit out of the first corner, but his run up the hill's better. Had a look on the inside line, thinks better of it though. Leon Hasty doing an amazing job out in front, just positioning that car in the perfect position to not allow to not allow Lewis Goff to have a look at the inside or even outside line for that matter to make an overtake on the lead driver. Hasty just trying to run down the clock if possible, and he's done a good job so far with only 3 minutes remaining. Out the final corner, down the home straight we go. Drivers crossing the line once again. You can just see Antrobus and West in behind, edging closer and closer to this front 3, waiting for anything to kick off between them. Hasty hard on the brakes, pinning that kart to the inside white line. As we go down the hill once again. Leon Hasty just keeping it out in front right now. Lewis Goff, not much he can do about the situation in front. Goff was the fastest driver in practice this morning. Leon Hasty clearly not taking that one to heart as he's overturned that in the superheat so far. Do remember there's still quite a few laps remaining though. Plenty of time for drivers to make overtakes. Check over the shoulder from the top 3. Hasty from Goff from Blanford is still the order running that way though. Lizzie Mentia down in 11th position. Best of the rest sets the fastest lap in this session so far. 42.39. Although she's in 11th position, clearly proving that she could be fighting up at the front end. Mentia currently sitting currently sitting 5th in the Ultimate Karting Championship. It's been a good season from Mentia so far. Some very consistent results. And as you can see, consistent lap times, but down the inside. I wasn't expecting that one to happen. Blanford made the bid for 2nd position. Doesn't get a good enough exit out of the final corner though, and Goff is able to overturn that one. So a switch back out of the final corner means that Lewis Goff was able to snatch back that 2nd position. But Blanford, he's seen the gap and he went for it. He was tired of waiting around, but now he's got a lot of pressure on his rear bumper from William Antrobus. Antrobus backed by Jack West. Through the Devil's Elbow, down into the Rib Cruncher now. Lucas Blanford keeping that car in a very tidy state, making his way down the hill and onto the home straight. William Antrobus though, he now has slipstream, and a contact warning goes out to Lucas Blanford. So the stewards clearly feeling that Blanford's last overtake was not up to driving standards. He's going to have to keep an eye over his shoulder if he wants to fend off William Antrobus. Antrobus has been hot and feisty so far this race. He's been fast and charging onto that rear bumper of Lucas Blanford, and now he finally has the opportunity to make that overtake. I'm sure he will no less than pounce at an opportunity if it's presented to him on a golden plate. Down the home straight we go and across the line for the penultimate time as the clock has now struck 0. Up the hill once again, Leon Hasty with all this battling going on in behind him though. He's just been able to break away free and get himself a nice bit of breathing room. Nearly a second is what he's been able to establish over Lewis Goff in second position. 8 tenths is the gap that he has for himself. So a nice bit of cushioning between him and second position. About 3 or 4 kart lengths is what separates first and second position right now. Lewis Goff obviously lost all that time because of the dive bomb from Lucas Blanford into the final corner. But now, final lap is upon us. Leon Hasty, unless something drastic happens, I can't see anything changing for our leader. Keep an eye on this battle though. This is the one which is really going to get feisty on this final lap. You've got Lucas Blanford, William Antrobus, Jack West and Arya Bansal in the background as well now, getting himself involved in this train and involved in this battle as well. Down the hill into the Devil's Elbow. Doesn't look like there's going to be many overtaking opportunities left remaining for these drivers. Can't see anything changing for Hasty. He'll round the final corner in a commanding race in the first of the 2 junior Rotax Superheats. Leon Hasty will walk away with that one without any struggles. Side by side across the line there. Mentia just about jumps Callum Foster by 100th of a second. Wow, a photo finish for 10th position. And a couple drivers already pulling into the pit lane. That looks like that's the 336 of Sebastian Lush, Mikey Walker and Alfie Lambert already into the pit lane. Not quite sure what's happened there. But either way, that'll round off the finishing order there for the Junior Rotax Superheat A. Leon Hasty will finish with a quite comfortable win there in the first race of the day from Lewis Goff in second position. Didn't have it without troubles though from Lucas Blanford in third position. Then William Antrobus, Jack West, Arya Bansal, Cole Denham, Jared Fox Whiteley, Charlie Wolfett and Lizzie Mentia round out the top 10. No problems on the front bumper there, so Leon Hasty will make his way towards the weighing scales. And I'm sure without any trouble will take away victory for the first race in the day. Now, from a racing driver's point of view, a win to start off the morning. You couldn't ask for anything more, and it's going to be a major confidence booster going into the remainder of the day. Hasty will pull up into that first position board. Goff gives his second position board a nice little tap on his way in. Jumps out the car. Great to see the sportsmanship between the 2 drivers, Leon Hasty and Lewis Goff. Also a good high five there between Leon Hasty and Lucas Blanford. The drivers will have a little bit of an exchange, a little bit of a talk over the race which has just unfolded in front of them. But overall, it was a very clean and great battle to watch between the 3 of them. Blanford, for a second, thought he might have got that second position over Lewis Goff, but Goff, with a great run out of the final corner, was able to get the switchback over Blanford. Blanford was not able to do anything to retaliate from that point forwards. The final corner, it was always going to be a tall order and a large ask to make an overtake around that bend, but he thought he would try it anyways. It was a great win either way, but that is going to round out the race there for Junior Rotax Superheat A. I'm sure as you've just seen on your screens there, next race up is going to be Junior Rotax Superheat B. And Harry Bartle, our championship leader, is going to take us away from pole position with Joshua Turnbull alongside him. Cameron Nelson and Finley Buck on the second row of the grid from Jack Thompson and Daniel Whitfield. Fourth row consists of Shane Chandaria, then Ollie Wise, Elliot Powell, Zach Turner rounds out the top 10 from Jacob Ashcroft and Charlie Benson on row 6. Row 7 is going to have Jensen Pritchard and James Kell from Brian Gandor and Addison Smith in 16th. 17th is Eric Smith. 18th is Zane Quaker. 10th row of the grid consists of Oliver White and Michael Dalton. Then it's going to be Zach McKay and Daniel Kilpatrick. The 12th row is Rachel Turnbull and Oliver Vo. Rounding out the 13th row of the grid and the 25th driver competing here, taking place in the Junior Rotax Superheat be 25 drivers. Harry Bartle looking very locked in on the grid there. No messing around there from the O-plate. Probably one of the most successful drivers this season as a whole in the junior rotax class. It's been stride and strength there for Harry Bartle, not just in the Ultimate Karting Championships, but out in the British Championship as well, and out in Europe in the Rotax Max Trophy, which he's also been competing in. A lot of people have been putting in their messages in the YouTube chat, and it's great to see everyone tuning in. It looks like we're reaching far and wide here for this stream in the Ultimate Karting Championship. We have New F Dog tuning in from Newfoundland in Canada. So stretching overseas next to the United States, just underneath we've got Canada as well. We've got Alfie Lambert being cheered on by Mark Greenhall. And then we've got Good Luck for Hunter Motorsport from Stanley Clark. And we've got Alexis tuning in from Madagascar. I think that's a new one. I don't think we've ever had someone watching from Madagascar. That's the first one here on Alpha Live and for the Ultimate Karting Championship. And we've got Fish01 watching from North Korea. That's also a new one. So, yeah, we've got a great global audience here tuned in for an amazing day of action. And what a round to choose it for, the penultimate race in the Ultimate Karting Championship. And we've got a global audience here with people watching from far and wide. You love to see that, how motorsport is bringing everyone together. And we've got somebody watching from England, Essex. So maybe not so global on the Essex side. A little bit closer here from Penzug as he's watching from England, Essex. We love that everybody is watching from everywhere they are watching from home. We've got somebody tuning in from Portugal here. GYG tuning in from Portugal. So we've got a multitude of countries represented here in the Ultimate Karting Championship with the drivers on the grid. We've also got a multitude of countries being represented in the YouTube chat. I mean, that's definitely a new one. And, wow. I mean, I think we can say for streaming as a whole, this is a newfound territory. We've got someone watching from space. Love to see that. Love to see that we've got people watching from space in the YouTube chat. I did hear that there was a space shuttle stranded out in space right now, so maybe it's the astronauts on there that are keep in touch with what's going on Earth. But great to see that we've got that connection. Either way, Mary Joyce is cheering on what I can only guess is Zane Quaker, who's been having a great job this season. He's been up and about of the top 10. He's been competing up at the front end and has had some great moments racing here. We've got Jeff watching from Strawberry Racing, just not far out in the paddock there. I think that's probably the most local of our watchers in the YouTube chat. Yep, we've got more people watching from space. We've got the International Space Station now tuning in to to the live stream. Derbyshire maybe not as impressive as the International Space Station, but we've got Marshall22 watching from Derbyshire. I'll tell you what, the YouTube chat knows how to entertain us in between the races when we've got a bit of dead air and the drivers waiting to get themselves out there on the circuit. I'm sure they wish they were sat watching the Alpha live stream of the Ultimate Karting Championship because they're missing out on all this fun that we're having here at Alpha Live. But this is probably one of the most stressful moments for the drivers, just waiting for the race to get underway. And as the race is getting underway, we've had a lot of fun with it so far, so make sure, if you're watching along from home, to make sure that you let us know where you're watching along from so that we can keep in touch with you guys in the chat. Make sure you let us know who you're cheering on as well and your predictions that you have for the weekend. I would love to see that. If anyone's got any wild predictions, any bold predictions, throw them out there in the chat and we'll keep an eye on it as well. Drivers making their way out onto the circuit to get themselves ready for the start of the race. And I'm sure it's going to be a good one indeed. Formation lap is now underway. It's not going to be long until the drivers make their way towards the start-finish line and get action underway. 10 minutes of racing is what we're going to have in front of us as well, plus one lap. As we're just watching the drivers warm up their tyres and get themselves ready. Take a little bit of a breather before the racing action gets underway, get themselves into the racing mindset and get their karts ready for what we have in front of us to unfold, which can only be described by a chaotic junior rotax race as usual. Through the final sections of the Rib Cruncher, the drivers make their way and slow themselves down into formation to get ready for the start of this race. Down the home straight we go, and we go racing first time round. Great jump by Harry Bartle there into the first corner. Checks over his shoulder, pulls to the inside line, covering off the drivers in behind. Great defensive maneuvers there from Bartle as he's managed to hang on to this lead position right now. Number 41 there of Cameron Nelson under a lot of pressure from Finley Buck in behind us. Buck trying to get himself up the orders. Two DHR carts nearly running in together there. That looks like that was Joshua Turnbull and Cameron Nelson. Those two drivers going to have to work together if they want to push themselves forwards. Harry Bartle has been a force to be reckoned with so far this weekend. Let's see if he can keep up that form over the course of this superheat year. Obviously, anything can change in the Ultimate Karting Championship. We've seen trials and tribulations before, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see it again. Battling in the mid-pack there, as we see the 222 of Jacob Ashcroft going wheel to wheel with Shane Chandaria and Daniel Whitfield. There we've seen the 222 just slotting into order there. Jacob Ashcroft just trying to keep himself out of trouble early on. A thumbs up there, had a look on the inside line. He thought about making the move on the number 66 of Elliot Powell, but the opportunity just wasn't there for him just yet. Through the Rib Cruncher we go. For the second time in this race, across the line we go. Harry Bartle, I'm sure he would have been hoping to break away so far, but it hasn't been quite smooth sailings that he would have been hoping for. A lot of pressure from Joshua Turnbull in behind. There's the 66 of Cameron Nelson, keeping himself in contention. Not the 66 of Cameron Nelson, sorry. That's the 66 of Elliot Powell. It was Cameron Nelson that we were just looking at. He's in the number 41 machine for DHR in third position right now. Harry Bartle really starting to feel the pressure from Joshua Turnbull in behind. The number 20 basically glued to the rear bumper of Harry Bartle right now, but Bartle's looking to change that. He's got a fastest lap under his belt, and he's now just trying to break away. It's going to be so difficult, though, around this Glanigor circuit, though. Slipstream is so strong for the drivers in behind. About 2 or 3 tenths is what you're looking at gaining per lap, just sitting in the slipstream of another driver. So Joshua Turnbull has everything in his favour right now. He's got great pace, great momentum, and just needs to keep himself in this racing contention. Doesn't quite need to challenge just yet. He's playing the long game right now as Joshua Turnbull, and I think that's a smart decision for the time being. You don't want to get yourself into a sticky situation too early on. You don't want to start battling too early on, because then you're just bringing other drivers into the feud, and you're making the situation more difficult for yourself, and obviously for the other driver that you're battling with as well. Hopping over the curbs there, Joshua Turnbull felt he would get a little bit of airtime. No style point awarded here in the Ultimate Karting Championship, but even so, great to see Joshua Turnbull putting on a show. Second place for Joshua Turnbull right now as we're flying down the hill. All of the cars jumping over the curbs as they go. The Olympics may have just finished, but where is the high jump for the karting in the Ultimate Karting Championship? End of season awards. I think we should have an award for the kart which managed to jump the highest in the air. Should be a gold, silver, and bronze medal. Obviously, the kart has to land on 4 wheels for it to count as a trick. Otherwise, it would be quite an unfortunate incident. Luckily, we haven't had many of those so far this season. All the drivers have been okay that have been involved in incidents. Great to see that everyone's still racing out there on the field right now. Harry Bartle still out in front. 2 DHR cards tucked in behind of Joshua Turnbull and Cameron Nelson. These two just applying as much pressure as they can, trying to unsettle Harry Bartle in front. but just unfazed is Bartle. I mean, the amount of... Oh, no, one driver off there, the number 71. And in disbelief of what's just happened, Ryan Gandol, from what was 13th position, Gandol is pulled off the circuit. Unsure what's happened there, but unfortunately, looks like that will be a retirement. I do have confirmation in my ear that Gandor has unfortunately hit the barrier. Hopefully he's walking away from that one okay. He did seem to be moving around in the kart, so that's always a good thing to see. But so unfortunate there for Rain Gandor to go out so early on in this race. And it's really unfortunate that it's happened in the superheats as well. We do have a full course yellow, so there shouldn't be any overtaking. But the 141 there, clearly feeling that doesn't apply. Daniel Whitfield maybe just didn't see the yellow flags in time, but has made an overtake. There is Battenberg flags out. So I'm unsure if Whitfield will have to hand that place back, or if that overtake was made before the full course yellow was out. Obviously, if the driver had just passed a marshal post and there was not a full course yellow, then he will not have been at fault because he wouldn't have seen the Battenberg flags that are out there on the circuit. But for anyone at home that's watching along and is unsure about what a Battenberg flag is, and you watch Formula One as well, this is what's closest to karting's version of a virtual safety car. It's just that there's been an incident on track. The marshals either need to go on track or it's in a dangerous position, so the karts are slowed down to what is going to be a less than race pace, and they will now be pulled into the pit lane as red flags have been put out there on the circuit. We hate to see that so early on. Red flags are being waved out there on the circuit, so that means that the drivers will come into the pit lane and racing proceedings will be stopped for the time being. In theory, we should get this race underway and going again. This should get resumed as there is still 4 minutes remaining on the clock. But the drivers will be stopped on the home straight while the incident is dealt with. And while any attention that the driver is needed will be obviously given. Any medical attention that's necessary. Any attention from the marshals that is necessary will be handed to the driver. In this red flag situation, it's very important that all of the attention is given to the driver in need. All of the racing proceedings have been brought to a halt, and everyone is now parked up on the start-finish straight. So while there's a little break in proceedings, we'll jump back over to the YouTube chat, and let's see the new quirky and interesting places that you guys are watching along from at home. I feel like we should make a series out of this. What is the most interesting and outlandish place that people can come up with from watching in the YouTube chat? I mean, that's a new one. New F Dogs watching from the Titanic. I mean, yeah, miles underwater on a sunken ship. Maybe just enjoying a bit of, oh, I was going to say a bit of fresh air, but he's underwater, so that one's not really going to work out for him. But yeah, let us know if you find anything new, F-Dog, if you find anything interesting on the Titanic, any new discoveries. We would love to know first at Alpha Live in the YouTube chat. And Funky Carton, he's watching from the upside down. He's clearly excited for the new season of Stranger Things to come out. I mean, from a different dimension. We've had the Titanic, we've had the space station, but a whole new dimension of a world. I didn't even know they had internet over in the upside down, so thanks for letting us know about that one. Hopefully you stay safe, don't get caught by the Demogorgon whilst you're there. But sitting on the home straight, the drivers obviously wishing they had the entertainment of the Alpha Live YouTube channel, but they're going to have to sit quite patiently and just wait for the situation to be dealt with. Our thoughts and prayers are with the driver that was involved, of Rain Gandor. All hope that he's okay and he's able to walk away from this incident without any problems. Either way, I am sure that the marshals will do an amazing job as usual. And just on that note, a big thank you to all of the Orange Army, which has taken part this weekend here, as they are now dealing with the incident. Very quick to deal with the incident as well, doing an amazing job as usual, as well as the medics and paramedics that are here with us this weekend on the circuit, tending to the incident as necessary. A lot of support coming in the YouTube chat. We have a lot of support coming in for Finley Book. We have a Finley Book fan club, it seems, that we have in the YouTube chat. So everybody just keeping necessary and keeping their drivers supported in the YouTube chat as well. So we just having a look at Harry Bartle here, just sat on the grid waiting for race proceedings to get underway again. Amazing shot this is. Lovely camera work from the guys at the Alpha Live production team as well, to be providing us with these graphics and with these pictures all throughout today's racing and all throughout today's proceedings. Stumbling over my words here. But there, that looks like we're looking at the number 141 of Daniel Whitfield. Whitfield just having a little conversation with somebody on the sidelines there. Maybe some tactics or some strategy for the race, which hopefully should get underway soon. But while this break-in proceedings is underway, we will have a little class explainer for you, who unfortunately isn't with us this weekend. Kev Harris, take it away.
So let's take a look at the classes that will be running in 2024, and we start with Honda Cadet. Now these drivers are just 8 to 13 years of age, and they're running that Honda GX200 engine on a 900 or 950mm chassis. Vega supply the rubber that will keep them on the tarmac, and they have a choice of the Cadet Slick or the WM1 for when it's wet. Next up, it's Micromax, also younger drivers here, aged 8 to 12 years, but now running that 125cc Micromax Evo engine on a 950mm chassis. Vega supplying the rubber once again, and it's the Cadet Slicks or the WM1 wets. Then we move up to Mini Inter, and now the drivers are 10 to 13 years of age, running a 125cc Minimax Evo engine on a 950mm chassis. But Mojo now supply the rubber, C2 in the dry and CW in the wet. Junior rotax are next, and now things start to get a little bit serious. 12 to 16-year-olds here running that 125cc Junior Max Evo engine. Mojo supplying the rubber, D2 and W5, and we're expecting a huge number of entries in this class, and it's going to be really competitive. Following on from Junior Rotax, and we have Senior Rotax, open to drivers over the age of 15, running that full 125cc Senior Max Evo engine with Mojo supplying the rubber. Win a championship in Senior Rotax and you're well on your way, climbing the ladder of professional motorsport. And new to UKC for 2024 are TKM Extreme, open to drivers over the age of 15, and they'll be running that tag TKM BT82 Extreme engine. 115ccs at their disposal, and they'll be laying down the power onto the tarmac through Maxxis rubber.
Well, thank you very much, Kev. A very informative video as usual, and a lovely bit of a break from proceedings. As a lot of support for Finley Book coming in the YouTube chat as well. And anybody watching from some more interesting locations. We have Alan Edwards watching from Redditch. Not quite as interesting as the Upside Down, but I'm sure Redditch is a lovely place as well. We've also got a fan club for Zane Quaker out in force in the YouTube chat as well. Loving these comments. Keep bringing them in, guys. Keeping us entertained at the Alpha Live box as well, as we're loving reading your comments, and as we're just keeping an eye on what is going on the circuit as well. The drivers will hopefully be racing underway. We'll keep you up to date with any updates that we understand. And for the Zane Quaker fan club, there is Zane Quaker in your picture with the wolf on the back of his helmet. You can't miss it at all. We have Ilyas Mufakia watching from Donald Trump's house. That's a new one. I think that's probably And very interesting place to be watching for. He does say it's quite a crazy house, so thank you for the insight as well. So as the drivers just sat in their carts patiently, it's not a very nice situation to be in as a racing driver. I mean, being in these situations myself, it's always about just keeping yourself mentally prepared for the race to get underway again, especially with such short amount of time on the clock. With only 4 minutes remaining in this race, when it does get underway, there won't be much time for these drivers to get themselves back in the groove, get themselves ready at racing pace once again. But Harry Bartle out in front, I'm sure he will be looking to take advantage of that in force. You can see there the nice Gleneagles clubhouse. That's the home straight that we're looking at right now. You can see all the mechanics and also the drivers watching along on the sidelines as they're supporting their team and also their drivers in the mechanic sense. Out of all the things I was expecting to read in the YouTube chat today, I don't think dad jokes was at the top of my list. Mary Joyce, and this is a direct quote, so I don't get cancelled for dad jokes live on air. If you want to come visit us in space, you'll have to plan it. Wow, wow. Yeah, that's an interesting joke. I'd give you a solid 6 out of 10 for that one. It's very creative. I'd give you a 10 out of 10 for creativity. I've never heard that one before. That's an original joke. So, love to hear that one. But as we're waiting for the drivers, you can see them getting out their carts there. Doesn't look like proceedings are going to get underway just yet. So we'll have a quick ad break and we'll be back with you very shortly. Well, as the drivers are out their carts, well, some of the drivers are out their carts, you can still see Harry Bartle sitting in his quite patiently. He seems to be sitting quite comfortably in his car. Maybe he's got a padded seat in comparison to the others. Some drivers deciding to stretch their legs and have a little walk around on the start-finish straight as well. A little bit of a commute and a social aspect for these drivers. You can't blame them at all. But as the red flag is still out, we are just waiting for any updates and updates to be underway. I do have an update in my ear that the driver involved of Rayan Gandor has been taken away and put into the ambulance. That is a good sign that he has been vacated from the kart and will be very shortly taken off the track. So that's always a good sign to see. And I think we should get a little bit of a poll started in chat. For all of you eagle-eyed viewers at home and want to get involved in the stream, we're going to have a bit of a competition over today. You may have noticed that we are missing our very beloved Kev Harris here on the Ultimate Karting Championship stream. So how about we get a bit of a competition in chat? Let's see who can come up with the most outlandish, the craziest, the most random place that Kev Harris could be today. And let's start a hashtag Where's Kev. And at the end of today's stream, whoever comes up with the best place, the most random place that Kev Harris is today, will get a shout out at the end of today's stream. So if you want to get involved in that one, get yourself into the YouTube chat and get going with hashtag Where's Kev. So the drivers now just on the home straight and getting themselves ready for racing. Everyone back in their karts, which is always a good sign to show that we are ready to go racing once again. As on the home straight right now, Harry Bartle just in front. Turnbull in behind, Nelson, and then Buck, Whitfield, Jack Thompson, Jacob Ashcroft, Ollie Wise, Shinjan Daria, and Zach Turner. There you see the ambulance just taken off with Rayan Gandor. That will make its way back into the paddock, and any medical attention necessary will be provided to the driver. But it's always a good sign that the driver has been vacated off the circuit, and no further no further medical needs were needed on the circuit itself. And when I did say to think of the most random place that Kev could be, I wasn't quite ready for you guys in the YouTube chat. I should have maybe been a bit more clear of what I was expecting in terms of locations, but it's definitely some interesting ones. I mean, watching from the space station, that was probably my first thought. I knew somebody was going to put that Kev was watching from the space station as well. Where's Kev? GYG. Well, if Kev was at GYG, he would be on the live stream. So maybe Kev isn't at GYG. Wish Kev was at GYG, but unfortunately he isn't. I wonder what Kev's going to think when he sees messages on social media and he sees clips of this when he's watching it back, thinking, why is everybody in the YouTube chat putting in random places that I might be? Bit of a fire going on in the woods. Hopefully that's not a woods fire. There is a lot of fields around here, so my prediction would be there's a farmer burning some sort of crop or some sort of waste out there in the fields. Where's Kev? That is a good one. Hashtag Where's Kev? Trying to interview a sheep. Well, I mean, we are in Wales, so that would make sense. Shout out to Forever Cali Media with a great comment there. Trying to interview a sheep. That's a new one. He's went from interviewing drivers to interviewing sheep. So what an interesting career Kev currently has on his hands. But if we're looking on the home straight, we can see cameraman Miles as he's just stood there on the grid getting himself a little bit of sun rays, you know, just peeking through the clouds right now is the sun. It's nice. Got a little bit of a breeze, but a nice cool 16 degrees air temperature. As a lot of smoke now coming from the woods. But the drivers sat on the grid waiting for the racing to get underway. So Harry Bartle just sat at the front of the grid waiting for proceedings to get underway, which hopefully should start soon. So as the wind starts to pick up a bit now, you can really start to see that Welsh flag on the straight, hanging on for dear life on that flagpole. I mean, beyond me how that's managing to hang on to the flagpole as well. But the drivers have really had a bit of a mental challenge here, sat on the grid, waiting for the race to get underway again. Great camera work there to show the Welsh flag just flailing in the wind right now. Harry Bartle currently just sat at the front of the grid. He'll be used to that position by now. Currently leading the championship with multiple victories under his belt. Joshua Turnbull and Cameron Nelson, though, while the race was underway previously, did keep applying as much pressure as possible onto the back of Harry Bartle. Bartle just having a little look over his shoulder there. And sitting on the grid, you may be thinking, there is a Hunter suit on the grid. That is definitely not Kai. It's definitely not Reese Hunter. I can actually clarify for you now that that is currently Jack Thompson. That's the number 65 of Jack Thompson sat on the grid. You've got Jacob Ashcroft in behind him and Daniel Whitfield in front. But maybe off at the dry cleaners right now is Jack Thompson's suit. So just borrowing a Hunter Motorsport suit. He is currently driving for Hunter Motorsport, so that does make sense. And currently being explained to the drivers right now by the grid marshals, we will have one lap under Battenberg, and then race proceedings will be underway. So one rolling formation lap. We will have a rolling start in single file, where Harry Bartle will be taking it away from the front of the grid. As once again, after a long break in proceedings, Harry Bartle will take us away from the front of the grid. One lap in Battenberg conditions. So a single file restart it will be here for Junior Rotax Superheat B. As going up the hill towards the top bend. A lot of warmth and a lot of pressure will have been lost from these tyres, so the drivers only have one lap to get their karts and their tyres and themselves ready back up to racing standard and back up to racing conditions. So coming down into the final section of the circuit. Drivers just abiding by the pace which Harry Bartle was placing down onto the circuit. Bartle, the ringleader right now out there on the circuit, he is the one dictating the pace through this final section of the circuit. And down into the final corner. Harry Bartle accelerates out the final corner, and he'll get racing proceedings back underway. Just caught Joshua Turnbull off guard there out of the final corner and onto the home straight, able to pull himself a little bit of a gap as they go up towards the top bend. The DHR driver, which was pinned to the rear bumper of Harry Bartle. Joshua Turnbull just wasn't able to react in time to what Bartle was doing on that restart. Cameron Nelson drops even further back, but Finley Buck, he was not caught lacking at all. He's all over the rear bumper of Cameron Nelson right now. And with only 3 minutes on the clock, it's going to be about a 5-lap sprint for these drivers to sort out their final finishing positions and finishing order. Hopping over the curbs and out of the final corner, down the home straight. Bartle still leads by half a second now over Joshua Turnbull in second position. Cameron Nelson in third, from Finley Buck in fourth. Daniel Whitfield, the 141, currently in fifth position. We'll just see him in the white helmet now making his way down the hill, tucked in behind Finley Buck right now. The number 9 in fourth position, in a difficult place. Buck all over the rear bumper of Cameron Nelson right now, looking to make an overtake if possible. But his teammate of Daniel Whitfield in the Ultimate R kart tucked in behind the number 9 as well. Harry Bartle not able to maintain the gap which he initially asserted though. Only 3.7 tenths of a second is now what separates Bartle and Joshua Turnbull. Cameron Nelson in third and Finley Buck in fourth. Down the hill we go. Keeping an eye here on the number 41 of Cameron Nelson, under a lot of pressure from the Ultimate R driver of Finley Buck. 9th last year in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Will he be able to improve on that this season? That's going to be the question. Been a very competitive season so far, has it been here for the Ultimate Karting Championship? And there's been a lot going on overall, especially in the junior rotax class. Harry Bartle, though, leading the championship by only 3 points. Jacob Ashcroft, his closest competitor, only in 6th position right now. Although he is in 6th position, he does have the fastest lap diving down the inside. Jack Thompson getting that place back on Ollie Wise. Wise got the place momentarily. Thompson takes it back. Just in front of them, the driver who's second in the championship right now, Jacob Ashcroft. Our championship leader in front though. That gap just dwindling down lap after lap. Harry Bartle, just less than 3 tenths is now what separates him and Joshua Turnbull in second position right now. Top of the hill, we're having a look at a great gaggle here of karts. Having a look on the inside, going defensive there. Jack Thompson doesn't want to give up anything. He doesn't want to risk anything either, as Ollie Wise is looking very feisty right now, trying to eagle his way in, trying to find a gap to position that kart and get himself up another position into 7th. Down the inside. That looks like that's going to be the move. I'm surprised he's managed to make that one stick. But that's a great move there from Ollie Wise. Thompson just not able to capitalize on the switchback. Didn't get the exit that he would have been hoping for out of that first corner. And inevitably, that's what's lost him the position. Defensive on the inside line. Gluing it to that white line there was the number 56 as he went down the hill. Shane Chandaria just hanging on to that 9th position right now. Addison Smith applying as much pressure as possible on the rear bumper of that car. Fastest lap of the race. Harry Bartle asserts his dominance once again, extending out his lead over Joshua Turnbull. Maybe sold Turnbull some false hope, as he would have been hoping to get himself into that lead position. But not able to do anything just yet, as a great train of karts make their way through now. We're having a look at Ollie Wise and what is Jack Thompson. Jack Thompson just falling off the back of that kart. Bartle through the rib cruncher for the final time of this race. After a break in proceedings, no pressure can faze Harry Bartle as he crosses the line to take a win in the Junior Rotax Superheat B. That sets him up very nicely for the super final later on this afternoon, and I'm sure it'll be music to his ears. Jacob Ashcroft finished down in 5th position as his closest competitor in the championship finished down in 5th. The next closest, 63 points behind of Jack West. Harry Bartle takes home the win here in the Junior Rotax Superheat B from Joshua Turnbull in 2nd, Finley Buck in 3rd, Cameron Nelson 4th, then Jacob Ashcroft 5th, Daniel Whitfield, Ollie Wise, Jack Thompson, Shane Chandaria holds on to 9 from Elliot Powell and Addison Smith, Zach Turner, Daniel Kilpatrick, and Zane Quaker. Charlie Benson is the driver, which rounds out the top 15. A quick check of the nose cone there. No problems for Harry Bartle at all. Checking the nose cone. Turnbull's fine. Bucks. Oh, that's an interesting one. We've got a nose cone penalty for Finley Buck. But how will that affect the proceedings? That looks like it will drop him down into about 19th position. That's heartbreak for Finley Buck. But Cameron Nelson, if he doesn't have a front nose cone penalty, he will jump up into 3rd. But that's going to be the end of Junior Rotax Superheat B. We're going to very swiftly move on to the next race. For the 3rd race of the day, the oldest class is going to make their way out onto the circuit. Lewis Gilbert will start on pole position from Kai Hunter. Gabe Fairbrother and Macaulay Bishop on the 2nd row from Jack Lilly and Pearson Bullock Carter. Stephen Duncan with the recently acclaimed A-Plate and Ewan Charman alongside him from Archie Butterwin 9th, and 10th is William Pembolt. Reese Bailey and Alex Duncan round out the 6th row of the grid. Alexander Cole and Jack Collins are on the 7th row from Ethan Critchley and Morgan Hudson Brown, then Ethan Bentley and Ben Southgate in 18th. Harry Lammon's 19th with Callum Kinder rounding out the 10th row of the grid from John Brown and Louis Marika, from Rachel Robertson and Stephanie Hebecca. Marco Dritten-Price will start in 25th from Adish Mehta. Then it's going to be Alfie Bushell, David Mitchell, Demma Hjorns and Jay Pearson in 30th. Rounding out the 34 drivers will be James Dunbar, Caitlin Seabrook, Mac McGilvray and Louis Judd, rounding out the 34 drivers competing here in the Senior Rotax class for the penultimate round of the Ultimate Karting Championship. A full grid of 34 drivers here for the Senior Rotax class will be competing in this penultimate round. 34 drivers and 34 drivers that will all be gunning it for that one top spot, which only one driver can claim at the end of the weekend. And 2 of those names, which have been on the edge of everyone's lips so far, you're having a look at them right now. It's Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop. Not only in the Ultimate Karting Championship has their feud and their fight between the 2 of them bubbled over, I think it's fair to say, in a couple of races so far this year. We've seen them go head-to-head. We've seen them clash at what was the Kartmasters Grand Prix plate. Inevitably, neither of them walking away with the crown and with the GP plate on the top spot. We also see them going at it in the British Championships and also out in Europe in the Rotax Max European Series. Macaulay Bishop recently walking away with a British Champs victory to put under his belt just a weekend ago. So great to see Bishop coming away on top form from the British Championships. He will have very high hopes and very high standards coming into this weekend. I'm sure he will take nothing less than a victory in his words. Macaulay Bishop, a dual-die driver right now. Always looking to finish on that top spot podium. It's not been the most consistent weekend so far for Macaulay Bishop. He hasn't had a weekend without his troubles. In the second heat, unfortunately, picking up a 5-second penalty, which has demoted him down into 8th in the finishing order. That was for gaining an unfair advantage. But he has plenty of time to redeem himself. He has 2 more races so far this weekend, and it's the 2 that count most. The Superheat and the final. So around the final bend we go now. Down the home straight, and we're ready to go racing once again. Great start there from Gilbert. He manages to force Hunter off that inside line and gets himself into the lead of the race. Couple of wheel banging in the mid-pack as we now go up the hill. One driver nearly going sideways. How has he managed to hold on to that one? We'll have to ask Archie Butler about that one later. As they now go down the hill, one driver off the circuit in the grass. That looked like that was the number 88, just on edge of our screen. That may have been Caitlin Seabrook, unfortunately. So Caitlin Seabrook having to take the scenic route here in Wales and go off onto the grass. Lewis Gilbert still leading the force from Kai Hunter. Down the home straight to now mark the end of the first lap. Great start there from Gilbert. Hunter in behind, Bishop trying to get involved. Of course it wasn't going to take him long to get himself into the top 3. Started down in 5th. Didn't take him long at all as he now finds himself in 3rd. A hand up there to Gabe Fairbrother. Fairbrother currently 3rd in the championship. Only 5 points is what separates Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop right now. These two have been feisty all season long, and it's dwindled down to the closing stages of this championship. Only 5 points between them, and that can change in the blink of an eye indeed. Down the back straight, and now up towards the top end. Having to go defensive there is Kai Hunter. Bishop trying to squeeze his way through, looking for a gap to open up for the O plate. The O plate and the number 1 plate both going at it once again. Kai Hunter at this point in the race has the upper hand over Macaulay Bishop, but will it stay that way for much longer? Macaulay Bishop has anything to say about it? Your answer is going to be no. 8 minutes remaining in this race right now. Checking over the shoulder, checks left, checks right. Bishop goes to the outside, tries the switchback. Going to have to go defensive. Does Kai Hunter, and yes, he does pin to the inside white line. Doesn't even give Bishop the entertainment of that inside line. Bishop looks on the inside, tries to pressure Hunter from backing out, but he doesn't seem phased at all as Kai Hunter. He's had to put up with this all season long. He knows Macaulay Bishop's tricks inside and out. He can read him like a book at this point. But the question is, can Bishop outsmart Hunter and get himself into second position? Lewis Gilbert will be loving this battle going on in behind him because the more that these drivers battle in behind him, the more that Lewis Gilbert is able to break away from the rest of the pack. On the inside, Hunter shows his nose cone. Tried to get alongside the rear wheels of Lewis Gilbert, but wasn't able to do so. Gilbert now going defensive, backing off these two drivers into Gabe Fairbrother and behind. Fairbrother in 4th right now, looking to get himself involved in the top 3 battle. It's all kicking off very early here in the Senior Rotax Superheat. Remember, guys, this is only the Superheat. This isn't even the final. You don't need to risk it just yet. Down the inside. What a move there from Hunter. He's going to be able to get the switchback. Bishop tried the dive bomb into the final corner. He got there. Got the switchback, did Hunter. He'll get it back up the straight, does Bishop. Great move there on the inside line there from the O-plate. And following through is another 2 of Jack Lilly and Gabe Fairbrother. So Kai Hunter, from what was looking to be a defensive prowess of a race under his belt, it all falls apart in just a couple of corners. Bishop starts the motion, dives down the inside into the final corner, gets the switchback as does Hunter, but that means that he's tightened up the first corner for himself, which means that Macaulay Bishop inevitably gets the better run up the hill and brings through 2 drivers with him of Stephen Duncan and Gabe Fairbrother. Up in front, trying to get involved. Stephen Duncan, the A-plate, is trying to squeeze his way through as well. Macaulay Bishop and Jack Lilly just trying to break away from Kai Hunter right now. There's Hunter in the Hunter Motorsport colours as well. In behind him, he's got Gabe Fairbrother. Fairbrother having to deal with the pressure of Stephen Duncan right now. The A-plate, which was plastered on that car not long ago, after a great victory that Stephen Duncan will be proud of for time upon end. Out in front, Lewis Gilbert checks over his shoulder. He sees that he has a bit of breathing room to Bishop, but it doesn't matter. On the inside, Bishop tried it, puts himself sideways and spits himself back into the fierce pack, into the hands of hell. Macaulay Bishop playing with fire right now is the O-plate. He tried one of the biggest dive bombs we've seen all season down the inside. The door is shut in his face, quite rightly so. He puts himself sideways and nearly throws himself into the clasp of Jack Lilly and Kai Hunter. Bishop somehow recuperates himself and pulls back the momentum as if nothing just happened, and is now back on the charge to get onto the rear bumper of Lewis Gilbert once again. Macaulay Bishop, a freak of nature. Not many other drivers will be able to recuperate themselves like that and brush off that mistake as if nothing happened. But Macaulay Bishop, against all odds, Kai Hunter, just out of our frame there, has made the move on Jack Lilly. So Kai Hunter gets himself back up into a podium position. Back up into the top 3 right now is Hunter. There you can see the number 1 chasing down the back of Bishop. Bishop has a look over his shoulder. He now knows the competitor which is chasing him down. History aplenty between those two. It'll be interesting to see how that battle pans out if Hunter is able to catch on to the back of Macaulay Bishop. Through the midsection we go. Keeping an eye on Gabe Fairbrother there as he's trying to apply as much pressure as possible onto the back of Pearson Bullock Carter, our 3rd place holder in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Down the home straight we go once again. Fastest lap is still given the way of Kai Hunter. No one's able to top that on the previous tour of the circuit. Looking behind Fairbrother though, as we're keeping an eye on this battle as well. That looks like it's going to be William Pemble and Alex Duncan both going at it as well. There's the 363 of Duncan. As through the Devil's Elbow we go. And now through the Rib Cruncher, down the hill. All the karts using all the track available to them as possible. And that was the 34 off the circuit. One driver, Pearson Bullock Carter, under so much pressure down the inside. Duncan manages to get through as well. Yellow flag as they make their way up the hill, so no driver able to make an overtake up at the top end of the circuit. But Pearson Bullock Carter, after trying to retaliate of an overtake from Gabe Fairbrother, Pemble and Duncan were able to sneak their way through. But the driver that was off the circuit, that was Adish Mehta. The number 34 of Adish Mehta will unfortunately retire from this race and finish down in 33rd position. Pearson Bullock Carter here under a world of pressure in behind. He's not going to have this race easy with Alex Duncan breathing down his neck. Duncan furiously pointing forwards, saying push forwards, don't worry about me, we need to go forwards, we need to worry about the drivers in front. Duncan getting visibly frustrated in behind the number 3 of Pearson Bullock Carter right now. Bullock Carter more worried about the driver in behind than the driver in front. Down the home straight and through the first bend. A long look over the shoulder from the number 4 plate of Lewis Gilbert. 4th in the British Champs last season. And Macaulay Bishop in 2nd. Kai Hunter, the Ultimate Karting Championship reigning champion. No driver has ever been able to win back-to-back championships in UKC. Kai Hunter, he's looking to be the first to ever do so. Tell you what, it has not been an easy path though. Macaulay Bishop and Pearson Bullock Carter, the other 2 drivers closest to him in the championship, have definitely gave him a run for his money. I'm not giving him any easy work by any means. Down the hill we go once again. Undulation changing as Bishop has now arrived onto the rear bumper of Lewis Gilbert once again. Will he learn from his previous mistake earlier on in this race? That's the question that we will soon find out the answer to. Down through the Rib Cruncher. Gilbert mid-corner, checking left, checking right over his shoulder. not comfortable in his boots at all is Lewis Gilbert right now. And as we cross the line, penultimate lap of the race. Up through the top end of the circuit. Bishop trying to work his magic. Hunter's involved in the battle as well. This top three battle is going to be amazing. Down the inside, Hunter tries to follow through. Is he going to be able to get there? No, he isn't. Gilbert has very well held that off. Left just about a cart's width for Hunter to stick his cart on the inside. But fair racing between the two of them. Gilbert comes out on top between them and is able to come home with second position at least, as he's going to have to go with defensive from Kai Hunter, crossing the line. Macaulay Bishop, what a final lap from him. And I know it may say we have a minute left on the clock on the timing screen, but Lewis Gilbert, Macaulay Bishop, and Kai Hunter, what a battle that we had on display here in the junior, the senior rotax superheat. Amazing racing between all of them, and you couldn't quite put your finger on one name to say that was the driver that was going to come out on top, because Macaulay Bishop, that was an outstanding recovery drive to get himself back up at the front of the field. Macaulay Bishop, he did win that race. Not quite sure why it says Lewis Gilbert has won that one. Bishop comes out on top from Lewis Gilbert, and Kai Hunter in third position from Jack Lilly, Stephen Duncan, Gabe Fairbrother, William Pemble, Pearson Bullicata, Alex Duncan, and Alexander Cole rounding out the top 10. Macaulay Bishop pulls into his righteous first position spot and wastes no time in getting out of the car, does the DHR driver. Neither does Lewis Gilbert as well. He jumps out of the seat, and the first thing is get those helmets off and get the gloves off as well, as the top three now congregate in the area. Seems to be no conversation between the top two, but Macaulay Bishop is going to be the top driver on the top spot. Kai Hunter not even choosing to park in the top three positions. He'll quite happily sit back there behind the tyre barrier. But Macaulay Bishop, great recovery drive after an incident caused for himself, making a mistake running into the rear bumper of Lewis Gilbert, put himself sideways, but he recovers to eventually take home the win there in the senior rotax superheat. So TKM Extreme are going to be the next drivers out there on the circuit. Chris Whitten, after what has been a dominant weekend so far, will start on pole position. Adam Sparrow in second from Harrison Morrow and Kian Bennett. Spencer Lane and Yehan Kalichern round out the third row of the grid. Fourth row is Leo Robinson from Gareth Haynes. Oliver Brown and Jack Stewart round out the top 10 from Jessica Fitch-Hall and William Bryant rounding out the 12 driver grid here for the TKM Extreme class. So all 12 drivers getting themselves prepared on the grid right now. It's been interesting action from them over the course of the weekend, as they've obviously already had their 2 races so far, their 2 heats, which they had yesterday in Saturday's proceedings. A quick catch-up on those races. In the first heat, it was Chris Whitten who walked away with the victory from Kian Bennett and Adam Sparrow following in behind. Whitten with quite a gap in that first heat. 1.77 seconds was the gap that he managed to extend over his competitors out in front. In the second heat for TKM Extreme, it's a name that we're all familiar to at the front end of the grid. Chris Whitten once again walked away with a victory, but this time it wasn't without trouble, and it wasn't without a photo finish as well. 900ths of a second is what separated Chris Whitten and Adam Sparrow across the line, as those two drivers were battled it out to the dying embers of the second heat. Oliver Bowen was the driver who came across the line in third position. So TKM Extreme We've mentioned it plenty times before, one of the smaller classes here for the Ultimate Karting Championship, but they always put on a great display of action and a great display of racing. Chris Whitten, it's not his first time in the TKM Extreme class. It's not his first season in the TKM Extreme class. It's his first season with the Ultimate Karting Championship, as this is a new class to the series. But Chris Whitten has had plenty of victories and plenty of celebrations throughout the British Championships, which he has also competed in the TKM Extreme class. But exclusively this season, he has been racing in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Will be interesting to see how this race unfolds. And will anybody be able to dethrone a dominant Chris Whitten from pole position? Green flag flies and all the drivers make their way off the grid and ready for racing for the first time here today. They will have one formation lap to get themselves prepared, warmed up and ready for proceedings. As you can see, the drivers sliding and weaving left and right, just warming up those tyres, getting a heat cycle through the slick tyres. Air temperature of around 16 degrees here in Wales at Glanigor Circuit right now, although it is quite overcast with the sun barely peeking through the clouds right now. The air temperature may not be feeling as warm as it actually currently is. Drivers making their way down the hill now through the Devil's Elbow and the Rib Cruncher. Chris Whitten from pole position. He's won twice already this weekend. Can he make it a third? Out of the final corner, down the home straight. Do we go racing first time round? Yes, we do. Great start there from Whitten as he manages to get the jump into the first corner. Head down on the straight already, not wasting any time in trying to break away from the rest of the field. Adam Sparrow in second position right now. As up the hill we go through the double left-hander, a great overtaking spot for these drivers. Chris Whitten just out in the lead. Adam Sparrow, though, not going anywhere anytime soon as he's pinned to that rear bumper of Chris Whitten's car. Not going anywhere right now is the number 19. Not wasting any time at all either. Head down on the straight up the hill. Chris Whitten, although he's punching a hole in the air for the drivers in behind him, just trying to gain that aerodynamical advantage down the inside. There was the move from Spencer Lane on Harrison Morrow. So Spencer Lane gets himself up in the third position. Harrison Morrow is demoted down into fourth. Sideways down through the Devil's Elbow right now. Out in front is Chris Whitten. Adam Sparrow doing a great job out in second position to not lose sight of the leader right now. Into the first bend we go. Up the hill once again. Chris Whitten starting to break a little bit of breathing room, get himself a little bit of a cushion back to the second position driver. As we go down the hill once again now. Just keeping an eye on these drivers. Adam Sparrow doing a great job to try and hold on to the back of Chris Whitten. He hasn't quite let him break away just yet. In the championship orders, though, is that a different question? As it has been very backhanded in the TKM Extreme, with multiple drivers taking home different results and multiple drivers jumping up to that top spot throughout the course of the season so far. The TKM Extreme top spot in the championship right now is a driver that's currently in fifth position. The fifth seed from British Champs in the last year is currently leading the championship. It's Cian Bennett. Cian Bennett not quite having the weekend he would have been hoping for so far. We know that he's definitely got the racecraft to be fighting up at the front end. But Chris Whitten, his pace has just been unmatched so far over the course of this weekend. And Adam Sparrow in second, looking to take a battle to him indeed. There you can see our championship leader, the number 5, in the bright red suit, bright red helmet. He's got a black front bumper. That's Cian Bennett. Only 12 points is what separates Chris Whitten and Cian Bennett, though, in the championship order. So anything could change in the standings after this weekend. Just depends how Chris Whitten is able to perform in the super final later on this afternoon. But the way that he's been driving and the way that he's been handling that car around this circuit, it's looking like it's going to be a quite positive weekend for Chris Whitten. Down the home straight and into the first bend. Bennett sets the fastest lap there. In behind him, he's got Spencer Lane. Spencer Lane about 2/10 off the rear bumper of our championship leader, Jehan Kalichern. The E-plate down the inside. Great move there as he gets that one done on Spencer Lane. Kalichern gets the move done for 5th position. So Kalichern promotes himself up into 5th, and down into 6th goes Spencer Lane. Cian Bennett doing a great job in 4th position as well. Fastest lap under his belt on the previous tour of the circuit. Sets the fastest second sector as well whilst he's at it on this lap. Was not able to beat his best lap time that time round, though. Up at the front end, an adjustment on the engine there from Adam Sparrow. Maybe that's to do with the engine temperatures. Maybe that's to do with the carburetor as well. Multiple changes that these drivers are actually able to make themselves while they're making their way around the circuit. Very technical are these TKM Extreme karts, and plenty for these drivers to be wary and mindful of as they're making their way around the circuit. It's not just all about where the car is positioned on the circuit. It's all about maintaining the car itself, preserving the tyres, as there is not an unlimited amount of tyres that these drivers can use over the course of the weekend. So they do have to be careful with tyre preservation as well, especially going into the latter stages of the weekend. Drifting a little bit wide, that opens up the door for Cian Bennett. Harrison Morrow, a small mistake, that is very costly for him. Cian Bennett now finds himself knocking on the door of the front 2 as he finds himself into the top 3. In a podium position right now is Cian Bennett, our championship leader. Not the start he would have been hoping for, a little bit further down the order than maybe he's usually used to. But it didn't take long for him to fight his way back through and get himself up into a top 3 position. The question is, how long will it take for him to catch on to the back of Adam Sparrow, if he's even able to do so? Harrison Morrow, though, after making that mistake just less than a lap ago, trying to capitalize on every little bit of time that he can gain over Cian Bennett in front of him. Cian Bennett, by all means necessary, not trying to lose that position which he just gained not so long ago. Let's see if the E-plate of Jehan Kalichern can throw a spanner in the works, as he's currently sat in 5th position. Harrison Morrow in 4th. Would be dastardly if he lost another position. Checks over his shoulder. You'll see the E-plate of Kalichern tucked in behind the number 75. Down the inside. We saw it coming from a mile off, but couldn't see it, did Harrison Morrow. Down the inside, Jehan Kalichern gets that move done with no problems at all to get himself up at a 4th position. Harrison Morrow, it's been a back pedal over the last couple of laps. Unfortunately, goes from 3rd place down into 5th. Hasn't been the best last couple of laps that Harrison Morrow could have been hoping for. Yet it falls in the favour of Cian Bennett and Jehan Kalichern. Down the home straight, marking another lap completed. 10 laps has now been completed by all of the drivers on the grid. Bump it up the hill. Chris Whitten clearly feeling the need to go defensive at this stage in the race. He doesn't feel comfortable at all in the Talco TKM machine. His teammate in behind him, Chris Whitten. Can he fend off Adam Sparrow, or can Sparrow overturn the dominant force which it's been all weekend? Down through the Devil's Elbow and the Rib Cruncher. Chris Whitten. It's a game of chess, not checkers at this stage. It's all about mind games. It's all about positioning your car in the perfect place to not lose too much time to the drivers in behind, but not allowing them to give an overtaken opportunity. Well fended there by Chris Whitten. Covered the apex down the inside. Didn't see that one coming, did Adam Sparrow. Bennett nearly gets that second position as he put that car very nicely on the inside white line, but wasn't able to follow through and commit to the overtake. Adam Sparrow fended that one off well. As soon as he seen the move emerging, covered it off very nicely to hold on to second position for the time being. Up the hill we go once again. Keep an eye on Kian Bennett. He's not waiting around at all. He's going to have to follow in suit with Adam Sparrow. Pinned to the inside white line once again. Double check over the shoulder. Both directions from Chris Whitten. He's not risking anything at all. Is the number 33 in the lead. He wants to hold on to his clean sweep, and he wants to hold on to another victory to put under his belt. It'll be great for his championship bid. Kian Bennett doing everything he can to help himself in order of his championship contention. Contact warning going out the way of Oliver Bowen. So the number 7 in 6th position right now, picking up a contact warning from the stewards. Wide there from the E-plate of Cali Churn. Big mistake and a big lockup on the brakes. You can just hear tyres screeching across the surface. And one driver pulling into the pit lane. That looks like that's the number 20 of Gareth Haynes. That's so unfortunate at such a late stage of this race as well. Gareth Haynes pulls into the pit lane, unfortunately, to retire from that race. Chris Whitten down the home straight. Sparrow still tucked in behind. One more go at it, one more lap. Can it be switched up? Can there be a change? That's the question that Adam Sparrow's going to have to answer. Chris Whitten has done an amazing job to hold on to this race lead for the time which he has had. But can he hold on to it for just a few corners longer? Through the Devil's Elbow and down into the Rib Cruncher. Chris Whitten, he hasn't had this one easy at all, but through the final couple of corners, it's been 2 wins. We'll say it a third though. Chris Whitten comes home to take home another victory here at Glanigors with a 3rd win in the TKM Extreme class this weekend. Great camaraderie between the drivers. A thumbs up from Adam Sparrow on the in lap. Great to see those 2 drivers congratulating each other as they have now finished the race. Chris Whitten with another victory to put under his belt. Still unbroken is the win streak from the number 33. Adam Sparrow comes home in 3rd from... Adam Sparrow comes home in 2nd from Kian Bennett in 3rd. Then Jehan Calichurn, Harrison Morrow, Oliver Bowen, Leo Robinson, Spencer Lane, Jack Stewart and William Bryan rounding out the top 10 there for the TKM Extreme Superheat. Pulling into the pit lane and a quick front bumper check. No problems there from Chris Whitten, and no surprise at all. He was in 1st place from lights to flag, and no problems at all was phased to Chris Whitten. He did have to go a bit defensive at time. It did get a bit tense at time, but Chris Whitten, nothing phased him. No pressure was going to cause him to bubble over and make any mistakes at all. But cruising through the pit lane now and making his way onto the weighing scales. Chris Whitten will be the first driver to hop on the weighing scales, just to make sure that he meets the weight requirement for the class. No problems at all. as he'll dance over to the top 3 positions, pushing his kart through. And another win under the belt from Chris Whitten. Over the course of this weekend, surely it's starting to feel like tradition. Adam Sparrow, he did give him a good run for his money, and he definitely did apply a lot of pressure to Chris Whitten, but nothing could overthrow the force of the number 33. That's going to round it out for the TKM Extreme Superheat Final. Next up is going to be our youngest drivers competing here this weekend. From drivers as young as the age of 8 years old, Marjoris Kovacic starts on pole position from Ryan White in second, Archie Cannon in third, from Elliot Bork in fourth, Ralphie Branscombe in fifth, and Ricky Jr. McIntosh will start in sixth. Seventh is going to be Ashton Horspool from Jackson Heath, Theo Hamilton, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, Esme Rosie and Shaylan Shriektan rounding out the sixth row of the grid. Toby Turner and Morgan Cooney from Shea Hilton, Harry Pennington and Adam Batt rounding out the ninth row of the grid, and the 17 drivers which are competing here in the Honda Cadet class. So as Honda Cadet get themselves prepared for the start of their race. If you're new to the Honda Cadet class and haven't watched them race before, Honda Cadets are the only drivers which will have a standing start for the race. Obviously all the other classes have had rolling starts. Honda Cadets, the complete opposite, like a Grand Prix style start here for the Honda Cadets, what you'll be used to seeing from the likes of Formula 1, Formula 2 and other racing series. Honda Cadet make their way out onto the circuit to get themselves prepared for the start of the race. Honda Cadet, it's even more important to get a good heat cycle through the tyres on this formation lap to get themselves ready for the start of the race, because once they're sat sitting on the grid waiting for the lights to go out, the tyres will lose quite a considerable amount of heat. And there's nothing worse than having cold tyres on the first lap of a race for a karting driver. You're just like a sitting duck out there on the circuit if you have cold tyres in comparison to a warm heat cycle tyres from the other drivers that are around you on the grid. Marjoris Kovacic, no stranger to the front row of the grid, and Ryan White, the number 1 plate on his car, the reigning champion from the class. Honda GX200s are doing a great job keeping up the numbers so far this season. 17 drivers are competing so far. The number 1 starting on the outside line. Honda Cadets are going to be the drivers where it's most likely to see a driver from the outside line jump into the lead on the first lap of the race. All the other classes, with it being rolling start and it all being about momentum, it's very difficult for the driver on the outside line to jump the driver on the inside line. Revs have risen and we go racing. A great start from pole position from Marjoris Kovacic. Nothing that Ryan White could do to fend off and battle into that first corner. Marjoris Kovacic couldn't have asked for a better launch off the line as he drives up the hill, dives down into the final couple of sections here, the first couple of sections, as Marjoris Kovacic just keeping a hand over Ryan White. A contact warning already going out to Ricky Jr. McIntosh. Interesting to see a contact warning being handed out so early on in the race. On the inside, Branscombe, a name that we're definitely used to here at the Ultimate Karting Championship. His second year returning and a second year of dominant racing indeed. A great move there from Ricky Jr. McIntosh as he made his way down through the Devil's Elbow. Not very often do you see an overtake through that section, but Ricky Jr. McIntosh proving that, Ralphie Branscombe proving that anything is
possible. Ralphie Branscombe, the driver with the bright pink helmet, being the driver who is leading the championship right now. 562 points to his name. The closest driver to him being Marjoris Kovacic on 524. So 42 points is what currently separates our two drivers in the championship. And on track, it's currently 2 positions which separates them. 2 drivers in between them. Marjoris Kovacic, followed by Ryan White and Archie Cannon. This is a great train right now. These 3 drivers pushing each other up the hill. Trying a look on the inside. Cannon, the recently acclaimed S-plate. Recently got that just in between the last 2 rounds of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Was a great victory and a staple plate that he's been able to put on his kart for the championship now. We'll have to see how this one unfolds indeed. Marjoris Kovacic still just holding on out in front right now. Ryan White, a veteran in the field. He's found himself in this position multiple times. We've seen many of good battles from Ryan White trying to fight his way through the field and fighting up at the front end. Ralphie Branscombe in the background though, just gaining some time down the inside. That's going to be a great move there from Archie Cannon as he manages to get the move done on Ryan White. So Ryan White is now going to be the driver which is next falling into the clutches of Ralphie Branscombe. Ralphie Branscombe just tucked in behind there. And we're keeping an eye on what he's able to do. It was a purple sector for him in the last tour of the circuit. Marjoris Kovacic snatches that up that time round. He hears me talking about Ralphie Branscombe fastest lap on the commentary and says, "No, thank you very much. I'll take that for myself, shall I?" Does Marjoris Kovacic. 48.73 was the time he was able to set on that previous tour of the circuit. Archie Cannon currently in 2nd position right now, doing everything he can to try and overturn our leading driver of the number 15. But it's not going to be easy at all. As out in front, the number 15 who started on pole position. It will be a tough order for him to be overturned. He's been looking so quick so far this weekend. He's been very dominant in terms of the pace that he's been setting down on the circuit. Over the 2 heats that he's already had this weekend. Still got a lot of pressure from Archie Cannon in behind. Cannon, just 1 lap ago, did make an overtake into that part of the circuit. Surprised that he didn't try that one once again. In the 2 heats that we've had so far for the Honda Cadet GX200. Ryan White took a victory in the first one, but down the inside, there goes Archie Cannon. He tried it, but Marjoris Kovacic picked the right line at the right time and was just able to overturn the overtake attempt from the S-plate. As I mentioned before, Kovacic earned his first spot on the grid, and he's not going to give it up easily at all. Ralphie Branscombe still just sitting in 4th, waiting for any chaos to start, waiting for anything to unfold in front of him. Then he will pounce at the opportunity and get himself involved in this top 3 battle. Marjoris Kovacic still leading the way from the S-plate of Archie Cannon. Comes from a successful line of motorsport drivers. His dad's being a KZ champion in the karting scene. So great to see that racing is running in the blood. Let's see if he's able to overturn that first position right now, though. It's not looking too easy, as Marjoris Kovacic has been white lining this race so far. And he's been doing very well to hold on to this lead. Archie Cannon down the inside. He's trying everything now. Every single gap that opens up, Cannon will throw that kart on the inside line and try and make an attempt for the race lead, but just nothing has worked out for him so far. Marjoris Kovacic doing everything he can to hold on to this race lead, and it's really working out in his favor so far. But Archie Cannon in second, getting restless in second position. Defensive up the hill. It's the first time we're going to see this. Marjoris Kovacic not comfortable in this race lead at all. Keep an eye on Branscombe and Ryan White in the background as well, as these two drivers are looking to get involved in the battle. Kovacic from Cannon, White, Branscombe. The top four all glued together. Nothing separating these four drivers. Once one driver goes for an overtake, I'm sure it'll be like a domino effect, the way that everyone will follow in suit and try and follow through. Around the final bend we go. Down the home straight. 2 minutes and 34 is what's remaining on the clock for these drivers. Kovacic going defensive up the hill once again. Checks over the shoulder. You'll see that Archie Cannon is not far in behind. Cannon has to be careful of Ryan White in behind. Ryan White, currently the fastest driver out there on the circuit, but has been very patient so far in that third position. Hasn't forced any overtakes, hasn't forced himself into any attacking positions. Just quite comfortable sitting in third position for the time being and waiting for the time to tick down on the clock, waiting for time to diminish. Once it gets into the closing stages of the race, I am more than sure that everything will break loose and all of these drivers will be squabbling for the top four positions. I would be very surprised sitting here in the commentary box if these four drivers finish in the exact same order that they are right now. Marjoris Kovacic, although he's done a brilliant job so far to hold on to the race victory. Defensive goes Cannon, and it's not going to work out for him. Down the inside, two drivers follow through. Ryan White and Ralphie Branscombe managed to slip through on the inside of Cannon. Cannon originally went defensive from Ryan White in behind, and then slipped off that inside line, opening it up for Ryan White. And Ralphie Branscombe says, "Thank you very much. I'll follow through as well if you don't mind." Points forwards does Ryan White to Marjoris Kovacic. Kovacic was just checking over his shoulder there. You'll see that Ryan White was tucked in behind. Ryan White, though, pointing forward, saying, "Don't focus on me. Let's push forward to break away from the drivers in behind." Is he a man of his word? No, he's not, though. Down the inside, Ryan White, he'll get the move for Marjoris Kovacic. Kovacic, from what was the lead from the lights to this stage in the race. Ooh, a little bit of congestion there coming down the rib cruncher as Cannon runs into the back of Branscombe, sending him into the rear bumper of Kovacic. They cross the line with 5 seconds on the clock. Penultimate lap of the race. Who's going to be victorious for the Honda Cadet Superheat? We will have to find out. Look over the shoulder. Defensive goes Branscombe. Contact warning for Cannon on the inside. What a move there from Kovacic. Inch perfect there from Kovacic. The smallest gap I think I've ever seen on the inside line. And he makes it work, does Marjoris Kovacic, as he slips through past Ryan White to mark the final lap of this race. He's going to be the one with everything to do. He's got all the pressure on his shoulders. The question is, can Marjoris Kovacic do it one more time? Kovacic not risking anything here, as defensive as anything. Pinned to that inside white line, not entertaining the idea for Ryan White. White desperately looking left and right, waiting for any gap at all to open up. He thought he seen one on the inside, but it's not going to work out there. He goes hopping over the curbs as he tried to get the move done on Marjoris Kovacic. Ryan White, he fought it down to the dying embers, but Marjoris Kovacic, what a move there on the penultimate lap, set himself up very nicely for a great defensive drive on the last lap. Marjoris Kovacic walks away with the Honda GX200 Superheat victory from Ryan White in second position. Ralphie Branscombe comes home in third and Archie Cannon in fourth. Elliot Bourke was then fifth from Ricky Jr. McIntosh, then Ashton Horspool, Theo Hamilton, Jensen Heath. Then we had Esme Rosie rounding out the top 10. Great racing from the Honda GX200s as usual. Nothing less than an entertaining show there from the Honda cadets once again. And with what I am pretty sure is 2 races left of the morning, we will very swiftly check for any issues there with the karts. No problems there with Marjoris Kovacic. No problems there with Ryan White. Does Branscombe get through Nick Free? Yes, he does. No problems there on the front bumpers. No from fairing penalties from any of the top 3. As he's told to pull through is Marjoris Kovacic. Pull through does Ryan White. And to round out the top 3, I'm guessing there will be no problems there from Ralphie Branscombe. Lovely camaraderie as the drivers go straight over to congratulate each other on what was a very hard-fought battle between the two of them. Ralphie Branscombe as well gets some love there from Marjoris Kovacic, one driver who's very happy with his result indeed. As the top 3 will talk over their victories and talk over their battles that they had throughout the race. It's always interesting to hear what happens from a driver's point of view in comparison to what we see as spectators. We'll see if we can have a little listen in here. A little bit of a cool down room to see if we can hear what these drivers are talking about.
That was a brilliant drive, mate. Brilliant. What's he Adrenaline? No, I'll stop you. Yeah. Brilliant.
You should have seen the move on me. Not really, I kind of got loaded in there.
Max was like, oh!
With Honda GX200s now out of the way and under our belt, we now move on to the penultimate of the superheats with Dian Singh Pahal starting on pole position with Austin Oman alongside him. Max Jolly starts in third from Harry Radcliffe in fourth. Jos Huschke will start in fifth with Max Eberhardt alongside him in sixth. Logan Stanley Jones will start off the fourth grid, and alongside him starting eighth will be Sebastian Crawford. Fifth row of the grid and rounding it out is going to be Oliver Dawson and Maria Roberto. 10 drivers will be taking it out to battle here in the not the mini interclass, sorry, that's going to be the next race up. It's going to be the Micromax drivers, which are next out to play on the circuit. We'll have to see how this one unfolds. Always puts on a great show, does the Micromax, and always interesting to see how the battles unfold between these drivers. But the question is, who is going to come out on top of this one? We've got plenty of big names. Dian Singh Pahal coming off the back of an amazing round last time round. We'll have to see if he's able to keep up that momentum, keep up that energy, and convert that into a victory here in Glanigors in the 5th round of the Ultimate Karting Championship. as the drivers make their way through the Devil's Elbow and soon into the Rib Cruncher section. We will very shortly be underway with action once again in the Ultimate Karting Championship. As through the final couple of corners we go now. And around the final bend, the revs will rise. Do we go racing first time round? Yes, we do. Racing up the hill now, going straight on the defences, Dian Singh Bahal. He doesn't want to risk anything at all as he's covering off his competitors at the earliest notice possible. My mistake there. There has been a false start awarded there, so the steward's clearly not happy with something in the starting proceedings. So we will go around the circuit once again, as that was not the official start of the race. So a little bit more time for the drivers to recuperate themselves and get themselves ready for what is hopefully going to be the actual race start here this time round. We'll have to see, maybe a little bit slower in the terms of getting going. These drivers very eager to get underway. A very fast start, flying out of the final corner. Do we go racing this time round? I don't think we did. We go up the hill, no, yes we did. We did go racing that time round. The lights just stayed on the gantry. But up through the first couple of corners now, through the top end of the circuit, just about getting through unscathed there was Max Jolly. Right on the limit was Max Jolly, not leaving any room for danger at all. As Jolly clearly taking matters into his own hands and doing a great job of it. Contact warning going out the way of Jos Huschke. So something at the start that the stewards weren't happy with from him. We'll have to see what happens over the other stages of this race. Dian Singh Bahal, a textbook perfect start from the number 23. You couldn't ask anything more from him, as he's managing to just slightly break away from the rest of the field. On the inside, looking for the overtake. Will he get it done? Looks like he will. Great move there from Maximilian Eberhardt. Eberhardt down the inside, get that one done, no troubles. As all the drivers still just battling it out. Back on the attack is Austin Oman. Will he be able to get that one done? No, he won't. Maximilian Eberhardt still in second position right now after having to fend off. It hasn't been an easy last couple of corners there for the number 61. We'll have to see if he's able to hold on to his position though. As down the inside, thinking of it, was the number 55 of Jos Huschke. Not able to get it done that time though. As down through the double left-hander we go. The drivers all keeping it very neat and tidy, all keeping it in the right order. Everyone facing the right way. No one's went off the circuit just yet, so that's great to see. As we go down the home straight, the marking of a lap completed. 2 laps has now been completed here around the Glannygore circuit for the Micromax class. As they go up through the top end of the circuit, the 61 of Maximilian Eberhardt, a man on a mission right now. He is not wasting any time in looking for overtaking opportunities, as he dancing left and right off the racing line, just looking for chances to position his car and get himself up the order. We'll have to see if that strategy works out for him as this race continues on. So, fastest lap has now been handed the way of Jos Huschke. Max Jolly just 0.007 of a second slower on that previous tour than the driver in front of him. Down the inside. There's the move we were waiting for. Maximilian Eberhardt gets that one done, no problem. Great move there from the 61 of Eberhardt as he manages to get the move done on our race leader of Dian Singh Bahal. Singh Bahal had a perfect start, just wasn't able to hold on for it for as long as he would have been hoping for. But with still 6 minutes left in this race, he has plenty of time to overturn that one and plenty of time to get himself back in lead contention. We'll have to see what works out here between drivers. Synchronized check over the shoulder there from what looked like the number 14 and 26 of Harry Radcliffe. And Max Jolly around the outside, trying to hold on to it. Austin Oman nearly getting himself up in the second position, but great hold there from Dian Singh Bahal to keep himself in second place. It's all kicking off here in the Micro Max Superheat, as it's all spicing up this weekend, getting into the latter stages. This is where drivers start risking a little bit more. They're not playing it so safe with only the super final, which is to go. All of the drivers just train together, using the slipstream of each other in front of them, as it's going to be hard to break this slipstream train. It's going to be hard for any drivers in behind, and contact between the two of them there. The number 61 of Maximilian Eberhardt and Dian Singh Bahal. Austin Oman is able to get himself into the lead of the race, but Eberhardt and Singh Bahal bang wheels and come together. They both managed to keep the carts in a straight line though, so not out of contention yet are either of them. They will have to fight on, as down the home straight we go. Just over half the race has now been completed. Plenty of time for these drivers to still figure out their finishing order, and I'm sure that will not be decided until the very, very closing stages of this race. With the way that this has proposed itself, we will have battles going on until the checkered flag. But now going into the Devil's Elbow once again. Just keeping an eye on what our leaders are doing here. Austin Oman doing a great job at fending off Eberhardt in behind. Eberhardt is fast and ready to try and get himself into that race lead once again though. We'll have to see how long it will take before he attempts an overtake for the lead. I'm sure it won't be long indeed. Maybe even up at this top bend. He opts not to do so this time round. We've seen him try it a couple times so far in just this race alone. Doesn't feel that that's going to be optimal for him that time though. As through down into the Devil's Elbow once again. Austin Oman followed by his train. This DRS train really spicing things up here in the Micro Max Superheat. The DRS just stringing, the slipstream just stringing everyone together. The analogy that I was thinking is as if it's a DRS train in Formula One. All of these drivers are tucked in the slipstream. It's very hard to break them apart now. But nose and tail, these drivers, I can't see them changing the order. But let's see if anyone is able to throw a spanner in the works. It's all going to be about who reacts and who makes the first overtake. As I'm sure a lot of names come into the head of people watching at home when you're thinking of who's going to make the first overtake. Keeping it nice and tidy, just trying to have a look on the inside line. There was the number 55 of Jos Huschke, trying to get a move on Dian Singh Bahal. Wasn't able to work it that time round though. As up in front, you cannot get any closer than that between the two drivers in the lead. Maximilian Eberhardt basically glued to the rear bumper of Austin Oman, as they are nose and tail through every section of this circuit. Down through the Devil's Elbow we go once again. Into the Rib Cruncher, one of the most difficult sections in UK karting, I think it's fair to say. Down the home straight though, just 1 minute remaining on the clock now. Not long left for these drivers to assert their final finishing positions. But boy, are we going to have fun watching it, having a look on the inside. Singh Bahal's going to get there. Nothing Abrahart can do to respond. That's amazing there from the number 23 of Dian Singh Bahal to get himself on the inside line and get that move done on Maximilian Abrahart. Abrahart has been relentless in not letting drivers through. Back on the inside, gets the move, tries it on Austin Oman. He's trying left and right at every apex. He's trying to get that car on the inside. Not able to do so just yet though. Austin Oman has probably the most difficult position in this grid so far. He has a very, very feisty Maximilian Abrahart in behind, but will he be in behind for much longer? Down the inside he goes, trying to follow through. Max Jolly, can he get there? No, he can't. So Austin Oman manages to hang on to fourth position. Sorry, hang on to third. Doesn't drop down into fourth. But Maximilian Abrahart sneaks through on the inside line up there at the top bend. Up at the front end though, Dian Singh Bahal, a little bit of breathing room back to Maximilian Abrahart in second. Will that breathing room stay there though with the pace which we've been seeing the number 61 put down on the circuit? I wouldn't be surprised if that gap is very, very shortly closed down and short-lived in that matter. Dian Singh Bahal, defensive he goes, and you cannot blame him at all. He's got Maximilian Abrahart all over the rear bumper of him. Austin Oman in third right now, trying to get involved in this battle as well through the Devil's Elbow on the inside line. Was that defense or was that offense there from Maximilian Abrahart? Either way, it worked out for him. Around the final couple of bends, Dian Singh Bahal, he's played his cards right, and a great victory he pulls across the line for the Micromax Superheat win. Maximilian Abrahart, though, hats off to him for a relentless race from start to finish. Pressure aplenty from the number 61. Austin Oman comes home in third position from Jos Huschke, Max Jolly, Harry Radcliffe, Logan Stanley-Jones, Sebastian Crawford and Oliver Dawson. Maria Roberto is going to be the driver which rounds out the top 10. So that was the top 10 across the line there for Micromax. And it was a top 10 that wasn't very easily decided, I think it's fair to say. A lot of drivers had their say and had their play in that battle down to the end. It was amazing to watch and great to see. But the question is, was there any contact? No front bumper penalty for Dian Singh Bahal. So he'll walk away with the victory quite nicely. Oh, overshot the corner a little bit there. Did see Dian Singh Bahal on his way round, as he'll try and get that car turned back around and onto the weighing scales. You'll get a little bit of aid from our weigh marshal there. But onto the weighing scales he goes eventually, after a couple issues. Does he have any issues on the weigh scale? The answer is no. Pulling off the weigh scales and now down into the top 3 positions. Dian Singh Bahal, a very deserved victory after a hard-fought race. Maximilian Abrahart didn't make it easy for him at all in the all-black car. You can't miss him at all, can you, the 61? The drivers pull into the pit lane. Once again, good camaraderie between the drivers as they shake hands in their Parc Ferme area. Austin Oman finally lifts up the visor. Has a very Austin Oman branded helmet he has there. He's got it on the visor, on the side of the helmet, and on the back of the helmet, just in case you didn't know who he was. Austin Oman will let you know indeed. But with that being the end of the Micromax Superheat, we will very swiftly move on to our next racing proceedings. So, just one more race left this morning, and it's Mini Inter Superheat to round us out for the proceedings before our very short lunch break. Emerson McAndrew Urin starts on pole position from Riley Muro in second, Joshua Griffin third, Louis Radcliffe in fourth, Hansen Khan and Thomas Jackson round out the third row of the grid. Fourth row of the grid consists of Thomas Potter and Miles Burton, then Soren Gallagher, Drew Davidson, Alex Goodson and Blair Smith. After that, we've got Jacob Underhill, David Hjorns, Lemon Wilcox, Zach Jennings, Charlie Stapleton and Hakeem Batt starting in 18th position. That's all we have time for there on the grid, but the drivers will make their way around the circuit and get themselves prepared for the final race of this morning. It's been a very action-packed morning indeed, not without its trials and tribulations. We've had lots of battles throughout, and some very, very good races so far, only getting me even more excited for the finals later on this afternoon. As the drivers will now start to form up as they make their way through the Devil's Elbow and through the Rib Cruncher. The question is, who can walk away with this one? Walk away shouldn't be the word that I use for that one. Who can they battle their way to the front of this one? As down the home straight we go. Do we go racing first time round? Yes, we do. As blasting up the hill we go. Looked like a good start there from Riley Muro. You couldn't ask any more there from the pole sitter. Emerson McAndrew Urin, though, definitely keeping a bit of pressure in behind. As now down the hill, Riley Muro. As we go up the hill once again, Emerson McAndrew Urin. Just down through the Devil's Elbow now. Keeping it very neat and tidy are all these drivers. No one just quite risking anything yet. And the key word in that sentence is yet, because I'm sure as this race starts to develop and as it gets into the latter stages, we will start to see drivers going for some more riskier moves and riskier overtakes. These early stages of the race are clearly just for establishing the drivers' positions and establishing some momentum as well. Good move there from Emerson McAndrew Urin to get the move done on Riley Muro. Muro just not able to respond to the move there made by Emerson McAndrew Urin. But Riley Muro will have a lot of work to do if he wants to get himself back into that lead position, especially with the gap which Urin's already pulled out over Muro. So Emerson McAndrew Urin just trying to pull away from Louis Radcliffe right now in second position. It was Riley Muro, but Louis Radcliffe now finds himself in that second position as they go up at the top end of the circuit, banging wheels. Number 5 in the 07, that's Joshua Griffin and Hansen Khan, both coming together as they made their way through, coming down the hill. Very close racing. Not quite sure how all of the drivers have managed to keep it in a straight line so far. But even so, very glad for it. Urin out in front. Followed by Louis Radcliffe. Crossing the line, Riley Muro. Hansen Khan. Joshua Griffin rounding out the top 5 right now. Urin is the driver with the fastest lap of the race so far. But there is still plenty of time for that 1-2 change. And we'll have to wait and see if it does indeed. Louis Radcliffe in second position right now with about a half a second gap back to Uren in the lead. Riley Muro just not able to respond to the pace which has been put down by the drivers in front of him. There we're keeping an eye on the number 5 plate of Joshua Griffin as he makes his way touring around the circuit. In the earlier heats so far this weekend, in the mini-inter, it has been very close indeed. The number 41 thinking of a move there was Soren Gallagher. The two teammates, the S plate and the number 56 of Drew Davidson and Blair Smith. Those two teammates nose and tail right now between them. Emerson McAndrew Uren did win the first heat of this weekend. Riley Murrow did finish in second with Louis Radcliffe in third. So second and third position was just swapped around for the first heat of this weekend. The second heat, however, it was another victory for Emerson McAndrew Uren and Riley Murrow in second position. Joshua Griffin, though, was the driver which picked up that third position spot in the second heat of the weekend. Joshua Griffin now finds himself in fifth position currently out there on the circuit. So has a little bit of work to do if he wants to find himself back up in the top 3. There, down at the back end of the grid, we see Charlie Stapleton, Jacob Underhill and Hakeem Batt circulating. Back up at the front end, though, we're having a look at the number 22, Riley Murrow. Just around the final corner, trying to fend off a lot of pressure in behind from Louis Radcliffe. And what could only look like paper on the circuit going around that final corner. Something getting kicked up by the drivers as they made their way around the first corner. On the inside, banging wheels with his teammate, nearly going up in the air, did Louis Radcliffe. That was a late chance of an overtake, and it's only not benefited him, indeed. Put himself on the back foot, did Louis Radcliffe there, as it's just allowed Hansing Khan and Joshua Griffin to glide past without any troubles. As the drivers just slip their way through the field. All of this battling in behind is music to the ears of Emerson McAndrew Uren. As McAndrew Uren has pulled nearly a 2-second gap over what is currently Hansing Khan in second position. No, sorry, it's Riley Murrow in second position. It was Joshua Griffin who managed to make his way past Louis Radcliffe, losing out on a couple of positions on that previous lap after banging wheels with Riley Murrow. Down the hill we go now. 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Not long left for these drivers to sort themselves out. We'll have to see how this one gets underway indeed. Nose to tail right now are Riley Murrow and Hansing Khan. Hansing Khan trying to use the pace which he has underneath him. Down the inside, there's a move from Louis Radcliffe, eradicating one of the positions that he lost earlier on in this race, managing to get himself up another position. So Louis Radcliffe, from what was third position, now finds himself in fourth after dropping down to fifth. No problems just yet indeed. 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Emerson McAndrew Uren, our championship leader, leading the way in this race right now. Riley Murrow just not able to respond to the pace ever so slightly, which McAndrew Uren is putting down on the circuit. Uren, the only driver out there on the circuit to be within the 44s. It was a 44.9 on that last tour of the circuit from the number 33. Riley Murrow, the closest to it, with a 45.23. Warning flag going out there to Hansing Khan, the number 7. Hansen Khan just breaking off the back of Riley Murrow ever so slightly on these last couple of laps. Having to go defensive there is Louis Radcliffe as he's trying to fend off in the background. There's a move down the inside. Is he going to be able to make it stick? No. Alex Goodson tried to make the move on Miles Burton. Wasn't able to get it done though. The KMS driver did very well, stuck his elbows out and held on to that one for dear life. No problems for Miles Burton, but dropping down the order a little bit there is the number 5 as down the inside. Louis Radcliffe got it done, but around the final corner, retaliation at its finest. Straight back on the attack on the inside. The number 5 of Joshua Griffin gets the move straight back on Louis Radcliffe. Radcliffe with one of the shortest lived 4th positions of all time. There we see the drivers going through the double left right now, making their way towards the Devil's Elbow. Down the hill now, keeping an eye on Joshua Griffin and Louis Radcliffe to see how this battle evolves between the two of them. Down the home straight, Alex Goodson made a move on that last lap, managed to make his way past Miles Burton eventually. Miles Burton, after all that defensive work, unfortunately didn't pay off as Alex Goodson has managed to get the move done. But Joshua Griffin, a world of pressure, and down the inside, just drifting a little bit wide off the apex of the corner. Managed to get that one done. Great move there by Louis Radcliffe to get the move done on Joshua Griffin. Joshua Griffin just caught lacking at the apex of the corner, and Louis Radcliffe gets that one done with haste. Actually sets up Joshua Griffin on the back foot ever so slightly as Alex Goodson is now all over the back of the number 5. Up at the top bend though, Riley Murrow under a lot of pressure, very sideways. There goes the number 26 of Alex Goodson. Maybe got a little bit trigger happy on the brakes, locks the rear end, goes sliding around the top end of the circuit. I'm very surprised that he's managed to actually keep that car under control and keep that one in a straight line. Hats off to him for the kart control. Around the final couple of corners though, and across the straight, Emerson McAndrew-Urin. Final lap is now upon us, and a 4.3 second gap. It's been nothing short but a dominant performance from the number 33 once again. But this is the battle that we're all intriguing down the inside. No one seen that coming. Anyone but Murrow seen that coming. Hansen Khan on the inside, now on the defense, pinned to the inside white line. Will he be able to fend off the number 22? He's definitely going to give it a good go, and he's done it so far. They now go through the Devil's Elbow. Will hell be let loose? That's the question. Through the rib cruncher, the number 33, Emerson McAndrew-Urin, untouchable this race as he rounds the final corner to cross the line and come home victorious again. 3 wide as all contact round the final corner. Riley Murrow comes across the line in second position, and Joshua Griffin making contact with Hansen Khan on the final corner. Joshua Griffin and Hansen Khan came together at the final corner, gifting Riley Murrow that second position, but snatching away all the hard work done by Hansen Khan. It's undone in a heartbeat. It's heartbreak for the 105. It's heartbreak for Jacob Undil, and it's heartbreak for Hansen Khan as well. That's so unfortunate. After all that hard work, after some amazing racing between them, for an incident on the final corner to be the deciding factor. Either way, Emerson McAndrew-Urin comes home on the top spot with Riley Murrow in second. Joshua Griffin comes home in third, from Alex Goodson in fourth, with Miles Burton, Louis Radcliffe in sixth, then Soren Gallagher, Thomas Jackson, Blair Smith, and Drew Davidson round out the top 10.
So, our top 3 will now go over the weighing scales, but that is going to round out proceedings for the morning, and that is going to finish off the superheats, meaning that after our lunch break, which is about to start now, racing should get underway once again at around 10 to 2. That's 1:50 where proceedings are scheduled to get underway once again, and that will be kicked off with the Junior Rotax Super Final. So the drivers just have a little bit of a debrief here, get themselves cooled down after what was one of the most chaotic races of the weekend so far, with tribulations and definitely trials on the final corner after unfortunate contact taking out one of the competitors of Hansing Khan. Drivers are going to have a bit of a debrief. How about we have a little listen in here?
Yeah, I know. Are you excited coming around the other slide? Oh, yeah, a bit. I was sliding very hard.
So, with the proceedings now being finished, we will very quickly cut to an ad break now, a quick break in proceedings where we will get underway with racing once again at approximately 1:50. Welcome back to the finals here at the Ultimate Karting Championship for the penultimate round here at Gleneagles. And what an afternoon we have planned out for us. We've had a morning of action-packed racing. I don't think there's been one race which has ever been actually any distance between the drivers, as we can see them all now making their way down to the grid and getting themselves ready for the start of this race. We're going to kick it off with one of the most chaotic classes that are known to man. It's Junior Rotax Super Final, which are going to be the first ones out onto the grid. And Harry Bartle, he's not starting on pole position. It's Leon Hasty. Hasty really giving Bartle a run for his money right now. If we have a look at the championship standings in Junior Rotax, it's closer than you would have expected it to be here for the 2024 Junior Rotax run. Harry Bartle is currently leading the way from Jacob Ashcroft in second position in the championship. There is 8 points, which is separating the two drivers right now. And the big question is where is the 222 starting? Well, to answer your question, Jacob Ashcroft is starting down in 19th position. So a lot of work to do if he wants to try and overturn Harry Bartle's championship run this weekend. Bartle has been on complete top form, and it's going to be difficult indeed. But here's your starting grid. Leon Hasty starts in pole position with Harry Bartle alongside him. Lewis Goff and Joshua Turnbull on the second row from Lucas Blanford and Finley Buck. 7th is Jack West from William Antrobus, Arya Bansal, Jack Thompson, Daniel Whitfield, Cameron Nelson starts in 12th. 13th is Ollie Wise and Shane Chandaria. Then row 8 consists of Cole Denham and Jared Fox-Whiteley. Lizzie Mentia and Elliot Powell follow up in behind. Jacob Ashcroft and Zach Turner start on the 10th row of the grid with Vlad Tomanchik and Lloyd Palmer on the 11th. Then Charlie Wolfit and Charlie Benson starting in 24th. 25th is Ben Horner and John J. Buchan alongside him. Addison Smith and Jensen Pritchard are on the 14th row. The 15th row consists of James Kell and Alfie McBain. To round out the grid, Callum Foster and Zane Quaker start on the 16th row, 17th row, and final row is Mikey Walker and Ryan Gandor. So from 2 grids of drivers initially here for the Junior Rotax class, it is now whittled down to what is only 34 drivers here in the Super Final, which will all battle it out for that top crown and that top step of the podium. The question is, who is going to be the one walking away with that top trophy at the end of the weekend, and who's going to be joining them alongside on these podium positions? So many big names up at the front end and so many names that could walk away with the win this weekend, and it's all going to be figured out in the next 15 minutes of racing action. Your bets maybe on Harry Bartle, your bets maybe on Jacob Ashcroft trying to fight his way through the field. Leon Hasty, though, starting on pole position, definitely has a good shot and a good run for his money up into turn 1. If he can hold on to that position going into the first corner, it's all smooth runnings from there. He's not going to have it easy. Sorry if you've just seen any explicit hand gestures there from a mechanic on the grid. But making our way towards the rear end of the grid, you can see the drivers bent around the final corner, as it's not an easy run to fit 34 drivers all lined up on the same grid. As everyone's now packed onto the start-finish straight, all of the mechanics will start clearing the grid as the drivers will now start getting ready for the start of the race. Harry Bartle, the O-plate, he's been victorious all season. He's been dominant in not just the Ultimate Karting Championship, but other forms of karting as well. Out in Europe in the Rotax Max Series, out in the British Kart Championships as well. Came home with a nice podium last weekend in the British Kart Championships. So it was good to see Harry Bartle back up at the front end as usual. And I'm sure he will be looking to get one better than second position. Bartle will settle for nothing less than a victory. But will he be able to come home with it this time round? Or will another driver be able to dethrone the O-plate? So with everyone lined up there, you can see 3 drivers all gunning it for the win. Harry Bartle starting on the front row, Joshua Turnbull on the second row, and seeming to be a fan favourite at home, Finley Buck starting on the third row of the grid in 7th position. It's going to be really interesting to see how this one unfolds, as there's so many big names of the junior rotax class all clashing head-on at the front end of this grid, and even further down the grid in the likes of the triple two of Jacob Ashcroft, a name that we most likely normally see dominating up at the front end, but what has been an unfortunate weekend so far, with a couple of struggles and a couple of issues over the course of the weekend so far. Jacob Ashcroft hasn't had his weekend without controversies. He has to start on the 10th row of the grid in 19th position. Currently second in the championship. He's going to have to put on a hell of a show if he wants to get himself back up and try and dethrone Harry Bartle and try and knock him out of proceedings. Obviously, this is the penultimate round of the Ultimate Karting Championship. So this is the second last round. We have obviously Glenny Gores right here. And to round out the season, we have a driver's favourite, one of the most technical and difficult circuits in the United Kingdom. We have Rowra, Cumbria Kart Circuit, one of the oldest circuits as well to be existing on the British calendar here for the Ultimate Karting Championship. One to definitely test the drivers, and one great way to round out the season. And no, there is no bias there because that is my local track. But either way, it will be a great way to round off what has been an incredible season at the Ultimate Karting Championship. But can Harry Bartle help secure himself a championship victory? It's a good run out the final corner. Well covered off there by Leon Hasty as we go up the hill for the first time here. 34 karts, 34 drivers, but who will be victorious? 14 minutes will answer your question. As drivers spat out in the background, the 195 going the long way round, trying to get involved in the battle is Charlie Wolfit as he tries to gain a couple of positions on the inside, diving down. That opens up the door and squeezed off the track after what looked like being an amazing move for the lead. Lewis Goff is put off the circuit. Who's put off the circuit as well? That's Jack West. Slams the steering wheel. He's not happy with the situation he's just found himself in. Out in front, though, Joshua Turnbull. An amazing start for him, but was it going to be long? No, it wasn't. Of course it wasn't. Harry Bartle hits the front for the first time in this race. Not Gilbert. That's Joshua Turnbull and Leon Hasty points forwards. Made a mistake there by the suit. I'm surprised I haven't done that earlier on. Gilbert suit, but it's Joshua Turnbull pointing forwards. It's Leon Hasty with Joshua Turnbull tucked in behind him. Will these two cars work together? Will these two drivers work together to try and catch on to the back of Harry Bartle? Keep an eye on Finley Buck as well, the number 9 in behind. Will he throw a spanner in the works, or will we try and aid these drivers forwards to catch on to our race leader? This really is going to be a mental game for the drivers up at front. Harry Bartle, he's used to these longer stretch races, doing races that are even 20 laps out in Europe. But down the inside, there's a move from the 41. Cameron Nelson gets himself past Daniel Whitfield for 8th position. Oh, up and over, and 2 cars going off the circuit. That was the number 65, but who was that he collided with? That's the question. So Jack Thompson goes off the road. Can't quite catch who that was that he came together with. Through the rib cruncher we go, and through the final corner. Leon Hasty channeling his inner Lewis Gilbert as he's chasing down the back of Harry Bartle. Turnbull picks up the fastest lap though in 3rd position, taking advantage of the slipstream that he has from the 2 drivers in front of him. Harry Bartle just punching a hole in the air right now. And these drivers have worked very well together to try and catch onto the back of Harry Bartle, as they have cut down substantial time and a substantial gap that was already formed between the 2 there. Now, how will the O-plate of Harry Bartle react to this situation? He won't be a stranger to this situation. He will have been in this position many a times before. But how will he handle with it this time round? Pressure gets to the best of us, but does it get to Harry Bartle? Nose and tail down the inside. Leon Hasty, no time wasted. On the inside, Harry Bartle's going to respond though, and he snatches that first position straight back out of the grasp of Leon Hasty. Hasty had a sniff of victory for just a split second. Harry Bartle was just teasing him. He takes back that first position in a moment's notice. Around the final bend we go. Down the home straight once again. This has only been 4 minutes of action and you've already got me on the edge of my seat. Contact warning goes out the way for Charlie Wolfett. Keep an eye on Joshua Turnbull, getting a little bit edgy there in third position, maybe getting a bit impatient. Looking at a different line there to Leon Hasty in front, maybe looking for an overtake if possibility. Finley Buck keeping himself in contention and keeping on the back of these front three. He'll just be waiting for anything to unfold in front of him, and that's when the doors will really open for the number 9. Around the final bend we go. Down the home straight once again. Bartle still commanding. Hasty charging in behind. Long look over the shoulder there from Harry Bartle. Is he worried? That's the question. Will Hasty try it again? He did it last time round. He thinks better of it this time though. Hooks the curb up nicely. Checks over the shoulder. Sees that Turnbull's not far in behind. But the question is Harry Bartle holding up these drivers in behind? Because it looks like there's another gaggle of karts catching onto the back of these front 4. Arya Van Sau is leading that charge with William Antrobus, Lucas Blanford and Cameron Nelson all tucked in behind him. Leon Hasty, out of the camera shot, has got himself into the race lead. So while we were focused on the train in behind through the rib cruncher, Leon Hasty must have made a move there on Harry Bartle. And Bartle has not responded just yet. Harry Bartle, with that first position, he's like a bungee cord. He may drop out of it for a split second, but he'll bounce straight back. Through the rib cruncher we go. Hooking it up very nicely are all these drivers. No mistakes being made here. There is no margin for error. There is no room for mistakes for these drivers. And Leon Hasty knows that and he's taking advantage of it. Bartle desperately trying to get Turnbull to work with him to push forward and catch onto the back of Leon Hasty. Hasty slits that car onto the inside white line. Doesn't want to risk that inside line to Harry Bartle. He knows Bartle would pounce at the gap if he was awarded it. Into the devil's elbow we go. Hasty with the fastest lap now under his belt. Bartle in behind. Turnbull pushing onto the rear bumper of that Strawberry Motorsport kart. Finley Buck just biding his time in 4th position right now, waiting for anything to happen in front of him. All the drivers have a quick check over their shoulder. Up towards the first couple of corners as we now fall downhill. All the elevation changes clearly posing no struggle to these front 3 as it gets a little bit more windy at the top end of the circuit. Down the hill through the rib cruncher now. All the apexes hit beautifully on the inside into the final corner. Bartle pounces on the switchback. Hasty straight there as he now gets a beautiful run up the hill. This opens the door for Joshua Turnbull. Will Turnbull go for the move for second? Or will he work with Bartle to try and push into the lead? Bartle looks to the inside, thinks better of it. He's going to have to back out of that one though. Leon Hasty, very well played there. Bartle playing checkers, but Hasty playing chess. He set that one up beautifully. He let Bartle get the move into the final corner, knew he was going to get a terrible exit, and then instantly got himself back on that inside line and got himself into the lead the race once again. Bartle overthrown. Hasty's the new king for the time being. Through the first corner we go.
Bartel hopping over the curb, checks his rear wheel, looks over it. Contact warning for Charlie Wolfett is handed out. Once again, that's 2 contact warnings for Charlie Wolfett. That has been awarded to him by the stewards. He's got to be very careful now if he doesn't want to get into any more trouble with the stewards. They're in behind. Lucas Blanford's managed to make his way past Arya Bansal. Oh, one driver off the circuit there. Another issue. Was that the number 65 once again, Jack Thompson? We've seen him involved in a small collision earlier on in the race, and now just more troubles for the number 65. That's so sad to see. Thompson had amazing pace all weekend, started in 10th position, now finds himself down in 32nd. But these front 4 have us glued to our screens, with Leon Hasty trying to take it home from pole position. It would be outstanding work if he was able to. Bartel, the European powerhouse, in 2nd position right now though. Can he use all that experience to his advantage, or will he be toppled by Leon Hasty? Leon Hasty putting his pace on display, putting his racecraft on display. Beautiful defensive maneuver there. Just placed the car in the middle of the circuit to react to Bartel's movement. Not even entertaining the idea of Bartel making the overtake is Leon Hasty. He's purely focused on holding on to that position for the remaining time in this race, which is shy of 4 minutes on the clock now. Question is now, what can Bartel do? That is the answer. A beautiful switchback up at the top end of the circuit. He sold the dummy to Leon Hasty on the inside line. Hasty covered, and a great run on the outside. The switchback was there for the takings, and Harry Bartel snatches up with no worries at all. So the order switched up once again. Bartel back in the lead. Hasty down into 2nd. Turnbull just sitting patiently in 3rd position. Doesn't want to get himself involved in a battle that he can't handle. Get himself involved in a battle which isn't going to benefit him at this stage in the race. Finley Buck, though, has a lot of pressure from him behind now as Lucas Blanford and Arya Bansal have arrived onto the back of his kart. Defensive goes Bartel. Just shy of 3 minutes remaining in this race. A clash of gladiators up at the front end. This has been such a well-fought battle by everyone up at the front end, especially Bartel and Hasty. Oh, down the inside, I didn't see that one coming. Joshua Turnbull hooks up the inside line very nicely, and with that move being done, that's let Bartel run away. Bartel was now extended a half a second gap back to 2nd position, which is now Joshua Turnbull. Hasty back on the inside. He's not sitting around playing any games. Buck tries to get involved, and now under a lot of pressure, Antrobus side by side with Blanford. Here comes the 41 of Cameron Nelson. Antrobus just about holds on, manages to get the switch back through the Devil's Elbow. Down the home straight once again. Bartel did have a half a second gap. It's now cut down just a little bit. Leon Hasty brings it down to 4/10. He just needs to slowly chip away at this gap. He's still got about 3 laps remaining, maybe even 4 laps remaining with the time that we have left on the clock. He just needs to chip away at the gap to Harry Bartel, use the slipstream to his advantage, and then he can pounce. No playing around up here at the front end. William Antrobus getting involved in the battle as well, trying to force a mistake out of Aryabansao in front. 3.3 tenths is now the gap between Bartle and Hasty, and this is where it will really start to come down, because this is where slipstream will be in full effect and at full force for Leon Hasty, so he needs to use that to his advantage and try and gain some momentum to get the move done on Harry Bartle if possible. Harry Bartle still hooking it up very nicely. Question is, can he hang on to this lead for 2 more laps? Gap stays the same between Hasty and Bartle. Nothing changing just quite yet. Through the top bend we go. The gap just visually closing corner after corner for Leon Hasty. He can't get too ahead of himself though and make a mistake. He has to optimize every single little bit of time that he has remaining in this race to his advantage. As now through the final, oh, one driver going off in the background. That looks like that's the 195. That is Charlie Wolfett. So Wolfett off the circuit. And with 3.5 tenths remaining in this gap between the top 2, I can't see anything changing just yet. Keep an eye on Finley Buck and Turnbull though. It's the battle for the final spot on the podium. Down the inside, there goes Bucky. He'll make his bid early on the final lap. Gets himself back up into 3rd position after Turnbull shortly got it into the devil's elbow. Tries it on the inside. Well held there by Finley Buck as he slams the door firmly shut in Joshua Turnbull's face. But around the final corner, it's been to and fro. But eventually, who's victorious? It's Harry Bartle. What a race there for Harry Bartle. Oh, and Finley Buck. What's happened to Finley Buck there? Finley Buck crosses the line in 12th position. So Harry Bartle comes home with the victory after a very hard-fought battle between the top 2. Leon Hasty just missing out on that one. Joshua Turnbull will come home with the final step on the podium. And Lucas Blanford will come home in 4th. William Antrobus and Jacob Ashcroft will finish 6th from Arya Bansal, Jack West, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Ollie Wise finishing and rounding out the top 10 as well. So that is going to mark the end there for the Junior Rotax Super Final. And what a Super Final it was indeed. I mean, chaotic all the way down to the last moment with an incident on the final corner. I wonder if we can find out what happened there between those drivers. I'm sure we can figure it out once we go down and get our driver interviews down in Parc Ferme with our top 3 once again. Harry Bartle just gets himself weighed in very nicely. Another victory to put under his belt. Bartle has won the last 2 rounds straight and now has a 3rd to put under his belt. But now, with that race being underway and with that race being finished, Kev Harris isn't there for the interviews, so we're going to quickly chuck you over to some highlights from the race as I run down to catch the drivers in Parc Ferme.
Parc Fermé now, straight after the race to catch up with our top 3 drivers. Harry, I mean, 3 wins on the trot, 3 wins under your belt. It didn't look like the easiest of race. How about you talk us through it?
No, I don't think we quite had the pace, but we got back up to the lead and then kept it, and all the way to the end, which was a good soft third win.
Yeah, even though you said you don't think you had the pace all the way throughout of that one, what's the secret to it? I mean, 3 wins back to back to back. It's pretty much unheard of.
I mean, it's not all about pace, it's about how you race, and I've got quite good at it over the years, so it's looking good for the future.
Well, going into the final round of the championship, you've just extended your championship lead that little bit more. What's the plan going into it?
Obviously going to try and win again, but I'm decently in the championship now, so it should be good.
Perfect. Amazing racing once again. Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Strobe Racing, Cream Racing Engines, Jax for the awning space this weekend, and all my sponsors and family that I've been watching, all my supporters.
Great, thank you so much. Enjoy yourself and enjoy the rest of your night. Congratulations once again. That was Harry Bartle, our race winner. We will now bring over Leon Hasty, second place driver from this race. It looked at some points in that race like it was going to be a victorious Leon Hasty. I mean, just that little bit short. Harry just got you at the end there.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate really. We've had a really good weekend. Qualified pole, won all our heats and the super heat. And then it was just like on the first lap I got like pushed wide a bit. So I had to fight back up to that, and by the end of the race when Harry was out front I was catching him, but just too little too late really.
Yeah, as we mentioned, it was so close between you and Harry all the way through. I mean, we've seen you switching positions non-stop throughout that race. Is there anything you think you could have done a little bit differently to get that race win?
Yeah, I think if I'd held them up, like maybe defended a bit more, got like a bigger fight, and maybe would have been able to get a little gap and maintain it till the end.
Yeah, great. Is there anyone you'd like to thank for this weekend?
Like a big thanks to Craft Motorsport UK, Potenza Racing Engines, my dad for mechanicking, and that's really it.
Thank you so much, and a great race once again. We look forward to seeing you at the final round. So we'll now move over onto our third place driver after what was a very, very close race all the way down to the final corner. It definitely wasn't made easy for himself. I mean, it was very close between all the way to the end. It looks like there may have been another driver within the battle, and we'll see if we can try and get the third place driver over, but it looks like we are having a couple issues down there in Parc Fermé. Joshua Turnbull is now making his way over, so we will get a word with Joshua. So Josh, it was a very close race all the way down to the end. A little incident on the final corner. Can you tell us what happened there?
Yeah, I mean, I was behind Buck the whole last lap, and then he just spun on his own and gifted me third.
Yeah, I mean, still a great result for yourself, finishing third. Wasn't quite in contention for that top 2. Was there anything that you think you could have done differently throughout that race?
I think at the start I should have defended from Bartle, and near the end I should have defended it on Hasty when I did him over here. But apart from that, I think it was all good.
Still a great result for yourself. Will you be at the final round of the championship? And if so, what's your plan?
Yeah, it should be, and hoping to win.
Perfect. And is there anyone you'd like to thank for this weekend?
I'd like to thank my parents, Dan Holland Racing, Time Racing Engines, and all of my sponsors, Zotac and Cliff Lakes.
Great, thank you so much, Joshua. Get yourself off and celebrate with the team. So that's all of the top 3 drivers there. We're going to throw it back up to the commentary box after a short break, and I'll catch you back there once again. So back up in the commentary box, we now find ourselves on the grid here for the senior rotax final. And if the junior rotax final is anything to go by, we definitely have a treat on our hands. So many top drivers are now competing in the senior rotax grid. And 2 drivers from the front row of the grid, which have been going at it all weekend so far. Kai Hunter and Lewis Gilbert have been doing amazing so far this weekend in the senior rotax final, which is coming up now. So senior rotax final is next going to be on your screen with Lewis Gilbert from pole position and Kai Hunter alongside him. Macaulay Bishop will start on the second row with Gabe Fairbrother, Jack Lilly and Stephen Duncan starting in 6th. Pearson Bullock-Carter and Ewan Charman on the 4th row of the grid. 5th row consists of William Pemble and Archie Buttle, then Alex Duncan and Alexander Kolb. Jack Collins and Morgan Hudson-Brown start in the 7th row, then Ethan Critchley and Reese Bailey. Ethan Bentley and John Brown round out the 9th row. 10th row consists of Callum Kinder and Rachel Robertson. Harry Lamond and Marco Dritten-Price start in 22nd, then it's going to be Lewis Marika and Alfie Bushell. Ben Southgate and Stephanie Hebeka start on the 13th row, then Gemma Hiorns, David Mitchell, Arisha Mehta, then it's going to be James Dunbar in 30th. Rounding out the grid is going to be Jay Pearson and Caitlin Seabrook from Mac McGilvray and Louis Judd on the 17th row of the grid. 34 drivers competing here at the Ultimate Karting Championship in the penultimate round. So many top names of this class, so many recognizable names from not just British, but European karting and motorsport. It's going to be really interesting to see who walks away with this one. One man which has been putting on a great show so far this weekend and really proving his pace is Lewis Gilbert. He will take us away from pole position with Kai Hunter alongside him, Gabe Fairbrother and Macaulay Bishop on the 2nd row, Stephen Duncan and Jack Lilly on the 3rd row, then Ewan Charman and Pearson Bullock-Carter. I mean, the names are just endless on this grid here, and so many names that could walk away with the top spot by the end of this race. Kai Hunter currently leading the championship, starts in 2nd. Macaulay Bishop starts in 3rd. He's 2nd in the championship. Then Pearson Bullock-Carter, who is 3rd in the championship, currently starts on row 4 in 7th position. Our pole sitter of Lewis Gilbert is actually further down the order in 14th. He did not compete in the 2nd round, did not compete in the 4th round, but makes his return here for the penultimate round of the UKC. Now, as the drivers go through the rib cruncher, Kai Hunter and Lewis Gilbert slowing down the pack. Who's going to come out? The top dog down the home straight. We accelerate and we go racing into the first bend. Kai Hunter's going to have to fight this one. Lewis Gilbert just about holds on to that first position. Kai Hunter closest to overthrowing the inside line that we've seen all weekend long. Macaulay Bishop, he had a look at that inside line, tried to get in on Kai Hunter. Hunter covers well. Watch in the mid-pack, one driver going up and a front bumper coming off. How often do you see that? That's Pearson Bullock-Carter, the driver, 3rd in the championship, has came off the circuit already. That's going to be detrimental to his championship belt. The number 3 plate has lost his front bumper and lost his kart off the circuit. Kai Hunter hits the front. Lewis Gilbert's been dropped down into 4th. Bishop into 2nd. Lilly into 3rd. What a start this has been here for the Ultimate Karting Championship final. Senior Rotax. 14 minutes of pure action here from the Senior Rotax. It's going to be yellow flags through that section as Pearson Bullock-Carter's dead kart is on the exit of the corner. Kai Hunter, the number 1 in position 1. Macaulay Bishop in 2nd though. 1st and 2nd in the championship. 1st and 2nd on track. Who's going to come out on top of this battle? not just in UKC. I feel I have seen these two names going head to head far too much this season. From strength to strength, these drivers have went every single round I see them compete at. There's always some sort of battle going on between them. Their rivalry is unmatched on the circuit right now. Kai Hunter checking over his shoulder. Keep an eye on Lewis Gilbert, though. He's going to pick up any of the scraps of this battle and wants to get himself involved at the shortest notice possible. Kai Hunter biding his way through the rib cruncher now. Macaulay Bishop just tucked in behind. Not going to try anything too early. Then we've got a long pack of cars in behind. Gabe Fairbrother, Jack Lilly, Stephen Duncan, Ewan Charman, Alexander Cole and Alex Duncan. Hunter sets the fastest lap. Can Bishop respond? Gilbert, though, catching onto the back of Macaulay Bishop quite visibly. Nearly 2 tenths on that last lap of the circuit. Oh, one driver off in the background. That's the number 16 that went off the circuit. Can't quite catch who that was. Unfortunately, one driver going flying off the track. Out in front, though, Kai Hunter. Macaulay Bishop has said watch out for him, and he's definitely showing why he's a force to be reckoned with. Lewis Gilbert sets another fastest lap. A 10th of a lap quicker than Bishop, just 300ths of a lap quicker than Hunter. Gilbert may have fell onto the back foot a little earlier on in this race on the first couple of laps, but he's here to redeem himself, and he's here to get himself back into the action. We've seen Gemma Hjorn's stranded cart on the exit there as they were making their way through the Devil's Elbow. Lewis Gilbert, 4th in British Champs last year. Now, in the Ultimate Karting Championship, what can he do? A long look over the shoulder from Macaulay Bishop. Never mind, make that twice. You don't very often see Macaulay Bishop look over his shoulder. He's clearly worried about something, and for good reason, as Lewis Gilbert goes diving down the inside to get himself into second position. Bishop, nothing he could do to respond to that. Gilbert's raw pace is ridiculous right now. It's unmatched by drivers on the circuit. 2 tenths of a lap quicker than Hunter and Bishop on that last tour. Let's see if Gilbert can do anything better than that. He was a 10th quicker in the first sector. Another fastest lap, even with making an overtake. Lewis Gilbert, where has this came from? Gilbert an element of his own, but down the inside. That's a great move there from the 363 of Alex Duncan. Gets that one done on Jack Lilly. Just the smallest of margins, was able to squeeze that cart down the inside. I'd love to see that. Kai Hunter, though, will he be the next cart to fall into the grasp of Lewis Gilbert? Will he fall victim to the pace of the driver in second position? Or can he start to respond and pick up the pace a little bit himself to try and pull a little bit more of a gap back to Lewis Gilbert, because he definitely is not safe right now. Down the inside, there's a move there from the 41. That's Reese Bailey getting the move on Jack Lilly. Jack Lilly not having the most favourable of last couple of laps as he just fell back position after position. Oh no, off the circuit there, that's the 334. That's Marco Drittenprice. That's such a shame there for the novice in 18th position. It was looking to be a great result for the weekend, but Drittenprice pulls off the circuit, and unfortunately that looks like it will be a retirement for the 334. Hunter now with about a half a second gap back to Lewis Gilbert. He looks like he's managed to get himself on form and start to retaliate to the pace which Gilbert was putting down on the track. Keep an eye on this battle as well. We were having a look at Gabe Fairbrother and Ewan Charman there. Macaulay Bishop keeping that cart on edge.
as he's really trying to string it together, pushing as hard as possible. Check over the shoulder there from Stephen Duncan. He'll see Gabe Fairbrother and Ewan Charman in behind him. Out in front, keeping an eye on Lewis Gilbert here. Still has the fastest lap of the race, but isn't quite cutting down the gap to Kai Hunter in front. This isn't the ideal situation that Lewis Gilbert was hoping for. Exiting out of the rib cruncher through the final bend and onto the home straight. Up the hill and down the back straight we go now. Gilbert was about a tenth of a lap faster on that previous lap. Pulls down the gap to just 4 tenths between him and Kai Hunter. Slipstream will very shortly be coming into effect there for the number 4 in second. Down through the Devil's Elbow. Keep an eye on Kai Hunter here, keeping it very neat and tidy right now. Hunter doesn't quite look like he's pushing that kart to its absolute limits. Pushing about 95% right now is Kai Hunter. Lewis Gilbert, though, may be a different question, as he'll be working as hard as possible to try and cut down that gap. The earlier he breaks the gap between him and Kai Hunter, the easier it'll be for him later on in the race in terms of trying to get the move done on the leader. Gilbert hooking it through the Devil's Elbow once again. Through the rib cruncher we go. Up and over the curbs. Just watching those karts and the undulation and all of that elevation that changes that the drivers have to go through just through that one section of track. I think it's very easy to understand from a spectator's point of view why that is named the rib cruncher. One of the most physical circuits is GYG in the whole of British karting. Really does put the drivers' karts and themselves through their tests. Oh, one driver round, 2 drivers round. It's the number 12 and the 72. We see a thumbs up between them to check that they're both okay. Great to see the sportsmanship between those 2 drivers of Louis Marika and Rachel Robertson. The 2 drivers checking with each other if they were okay. But a contact warning goes out the way of Rachel Robertson. So clearly the stewards feel that one of them is at fault. A big gaggle of karts scrapping away up the hill now. That's going to be a move. Can it make it stick? Yes. That was a great move there from number 22. As we look, that was Archie Buttle, which managed to get that move done down the inside to make that 2, make that 3. Oh no. The number 63 there lost his rear bumper as Harry Lamond. Harry Lamond lost his rear bumper, which means he'll have to pull into the pit lane, unfortunately, and retire from the race. As he'll get a technical flag from the stewards on his next tour of the circuit. Yellow flags is out here through the loop. Kai Hunter, half a second, just maintaining the gap back to Lewis Gilbert in behind. Macaulay Bishop sitting in 3rd right now, quite tightly. Mechanical flag, that's so unfortunate going out to Harry Lamond. We just caught what that was for. Lamond's rear bumper just hanging off the rear end of that car. Gabe Fairbrother looking over his shoulder. Ewan Charman waves forward saying, come on, let's work together. But no, he was thinking about it. Ewan Charman, he told Gabe Fairbrother, let's work together, then stuck his nose cone on the inside line. Playing mind games with his competitors right now is Ewan Charman. Kai Hunter out in front. 4 attempts is still the gap. Lewis Gilbert, he had such outstanding early on pace. Maybe he pushed that kart just a little bit too hard too early on. as Kai Hunter has been able to respond to the pace and even better it, as Lewis Gilbert around a tenth slower a lap than Kai Hunter right now. Ewan Charman really pushing Gabe Fairbrother to the edges of the circuit, trying to open up a gap for himself, trying to get himself that overtake on the books. The Hunter Motorsport car of Ewan Charman just pressurizing the 111 through the rib cruncher and out the final corner. Down the home straight we go. That was just Stephen Duncan in front of this gaggle of karts. Gabe Fairbrother still in 5th position right now, just about holding on in front of Ewan Charman. Charman trying to squeeze on that inside line, just not finding an opening, not finding an opportunity for himself. Kai Hunter still just extending the gap that he now has back to Lewis Gilbert in 2nd position. For one stage of the race, it looks like it may have been Lewis Gilbert that would have got himself into the lead and walk away with this one. But it wasn't quite such an easy saying for Lewis Gilbert, as Kai Hunter always has something under his sleeve. Gabe Fairbrother hooking this up very nicely, dealing with this pressure beautifully from in behind. Hasn't made a single mistake, not even a margin of error from Gabe Fairbrother right now. But the clock is dwindling down. 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Kai Hunter's just crossed the line to mark the penultimate lap of the race. And this is where Hunter will dominate, push himself out into the lead. Gilbert, he broke away at the start. He managed to pull a little bit of a gap. Hunter responded and responded neatly. Fairbrother, I have no idea how he is fending off this gaggle of kart. Charman trying everything that he can to make his way past Gabe Fairbrother. Fairbrother driving this small senior rotax kart like it is a school bus out there on the Glenny circuit. Final lap is now upon us, and check it over his shoulder. Lewis Gilbert, he sees that he has a nice enough gap back to Macaulay Bishop and has a good gap back, out in front to Kai Hunter. Kai Hunter, another race victory to put under his belt. 562 points to date. And can he do it all? Can he round it out? That question will be answered next time round. This is definitely going to help him. He crosses the line, victorious again in Wales at the Glanigor circuit. Kai Hunter, and hats off to Gabe Fairbrother for holding off that whole pack of karts and a fierce Ewan Charman, which was nibbling away at his heels that whole race. Kai Hunter walks away with another victory to put under his belt. Lewis Gilbert will finish in 2nd, from Macaulay Bishop in 3rd, Stephen Duncan 4th, from Gabe Fairbrother. Fair play. Ewan Charman will come home in 6th after trying everything he could to get within the top 5. Alex Duncan comes home in 7th, from Jack Lilly in 8th, Jack Collins in 9th, Reese Bailey rounds out the top 10 there for senior rotax. It was 2nd last time round, not what he would have been hoping for, but the number 1 kart back in its rightful position. Number 1 kart on the number 1 step. Macaulay Bishop comes home in 3rd position, and Lewis Gilbert will come home in 2nd. Wow, what a race it was that time round, and definitely gave him a run for his money, did the number 4 plate there of Lewis Gilbert. I mean, didn't compete last time round, and then as came into this weekend, P3 in the first heat. He won the second heat, came 2nd in the pre-final, and he comes 2nd in the final where it all counts.
Kai Hunter goes over to celebrate with his team and with his mechanics as well. We're going to quickly throw over to some replays from this race as we go down to catch up with our top 3 drivers. To 15 minutes of pure racing action. We're here with our #1 top sitter. We've spoke to him many times before. He's nothing new to the top step of the podium. I mean, it looked like Lewis was going to give you a little bit of a run for your money there throughout the race, and then a bit of pace came out at the end there. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I think it's obviously you just got to manage around here. I think it goes off if you're behind. So when I got in the lead, when I did, and then I just had to manage it, defend where I need to at the start when I was a bit slippy, and then got a little bit of a gap, and then I just had it from there.
And I mean, you've been so consistent all season. I mean, bar one round, you've been on the podium in every single final. What is the key to your consistency?
Not crashing.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's about it really. I think everyone who's at the front deserves to be there, but it's just different things that change it. So yeah, I feel like just being fast, racing well gets you the win. But yeah, being consistent, you have to have a bit of luck involved as well.
Another good win under your belt. It just extends your gap to Macaulay in the championship going into the final round. And it's one of your home races. How are you feeling going into it?
Yeah, pretty good. I think it's all still to play for. I think I'm not really worried about championship points really. I think just comes to down on track. I think I've had a good round, done them in in the point score in this round, so it only helps me out. So I'm all good.
Great. And is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Alfie, my mechanic. Reese for giving us a little word before the last one. I really needed it. And then Venator Racing Engines, which is me, and then Honda Motorsport as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day and congratulations on the race win. Perfect. And now we'll welcome over Lewis Gilbert, our second place sitter in that race. I mean, Lewis, you had outstanding pace at the start of the race. It just looked like the other drivers couldn't compete with it. What was your key to that start of the race?
I think the start is just mainly make sure you've got enough heat in the tyres before you go. But pace was good at the start, and then we kind of got to a point where it's really hard to get close to someone around here. You know, once the sun's out, everything starts to get a bit hot, so it just gets hard. You know.
Yeah, and I mean, you didn't even compete in the last round of the championship, but every time you have been here, it's been such amazing results from yourself. Will we see you at the final round in Rara?
I'm not sure about Rara yet, but if we do, then we'll make sure we come back fighting.
Awesome. And is there anyone you'd like to thank for this weekend?
Yeah, big thanks to Craft Motorsport, Potential Racing Engines, Mum and Dad, they're back at home, and the team just done a great job.
Congratulations on the P2, Lewis. Have a good rest of your day. And we'll welcome over Macaulay Bishop. I mean, I feel like it's every round we've been talking to you at this point. It's P3 this time round. I'm sure it's not what you would have been hoping for. Talk us through the race a little bit there.
So I got a right start, third, and then Kai went for a crestable move on Gilbert. Put him down a couple places, and I tried catching him, didn't really make any inroads, and then Lewis got past, and he didn't really make any inroads neither, so I just went down to P3. Couldn't really catch Lewis, but it's alright, you know what I mean, on the podium, get some champagne.
Always love to hear that, but gaps extended a little bit to Kai Hunter in the championship. What's going through your head going into the final round?
Nothing. I don't think I'm doing it. Yeah, there's just no point really. I'm just gonna try and focus on the ones that I actually need to win. Yeah, this year was for a bit of fun really. Yeah, but I'm just gonna go out and win the ones that I actually need to win.
Well, it's been great to see you at the Ultimate Karting Championship. Is there anyone you'd like to thank for this weekend, Macaulay?
Yeah, all the DHR, Daryl, Time Racing Engines, and my dad on the tools.
Great race once again, and have a good rest of your day, Macaulay. Thank you so much. Well, that's it for the senior rotax drivers. 3 very happy drivers on the podium and some great racing once again. But we're going to cut to a short ad break there, and we'll find you back up in the commentary box. TKM Extreme are going to be the next class out there on the circuit, and they're going to be the next drivers to take to battle around this Glanny Gores circuit. Chris Whitten will be starting on pole position, as he has not been dethroned so far this weekend. Adam Sparrow will start alongside on the front row, with Harrison Morrow and Kian Bennett in behind, and Jehan Kalichern and Spencer Lane on the third row of the grid. Fourth row consists of Leah Robinson, Oliver Bowen, Gareth Haynes and Jack Stewart, then William Brandt and Jessica Fitch Hall. Well,
It all comes down to this after what has been an interesting weekend in the TKM Extreme category. Kian Bennett, he's had a little bit of struggles this weekend. He has had 2 podiums in the first heat and the pre-final. He came second in the first heat and third in the pre-final. Still finds himself at the top of the championship order, but only 11 points behind him is the man on a mission this weekend. That is Chris Whitten. Chris Whitten only 11 points behind Kian Bennett right now. He has won every single race so far this weekend. But the question is, can that all change in the final here? In the heat, there was only 12 minutes for them to sort it out between them. 14 minutes is now the time which is on the clock for the TKM Extreme final. And it's definitely planning out to be one of the most interesting races of the season for TKM Extreme. The championship just getting ever so closer and closer after every single race, making you question, can they even decide who's the championship victor going into this final round? It's definitely going to go down to the 6th round of this championship. Chris Whitten from pole, Adam Sparrow alongside championship leader of Kian Bennett on the 2nd row. Let's see how this one unfolds around the final bend. Do we go racing first time round? Yes, we do. Diving down towards the first quarter, trying to follow through with Whitten is Harrison Morrow. Morrow on the inside line, going up towards the top bend. He's going to get filtered out as Kian Bennett was pushing together with Adam Sparrow to get himself up in the 3rd. Great maneuvers there by Kian Bennett and Adam Sparrow, as those 2 drivers managed to get themselves up in the 2nd and 3rd. Keep an eye up at the front end. Chris Whitten still with a lot of pressure from his teammate. These were the 2 which were going at it in the super heat. It was Chris Whitten and Adam Sparrow, which were both going nose and tail. Oh, 2 drivers round already. That was the number 14 of Jessica Fitch Hall, and that looked like it was William Brandt as well. So William Bryan and Jessica Fitch Hall unfortunately spun around. Didn't quite catch what section of the circuit that was. But both the drivers off. Looks like they're both back running again. Yep, both drivers are still running around the race, so that's good to see. Chris Whitten out in front. No pressure being leaned off by Adam Sparrow. Back in the exact same form that he was in the super heats. The question is, will he be able to switch up the order, which was the finish in the super heats? Chris Whitten, you can see he's so determined to get this race win. He wants to get away early. He wants to make the rest of the race smooth runnings for himself. Down the inside. There goes the 5 of Kian Bennett following through. Callie Churn gets both. Callie Churn down the inside of both of them. Beautiful move there by the E-plate. Bennett opened the door, runs a little bit wide. Callie Churn snatches up both positions. Brilliant racecraft there from Yehan Callie Churn. But with all that taking place up at the top end of the circuit, music to the ears of Chris Whitten. 6 tenths is now the gap which separates P1 and P2. It's not all over yet though. Yehan Callie Churn, currently the fastest driver on the grid right now. Will he be able to bring down that gap once again to the number 33 out in the lead? Oh, Kian Bennett has lost another position. Kian Bennett has dropped down into 4th, just out of our camera view. Leo Robinson has got himself up into 3rd. Around the final couple of corners we go. Around the final bend and down the home straight. What's the gap? Chris Whitten did lose 2 tenths of a second on that last lap. But Leo Robinson, a world of his own. He is absolutely flying out there on the circuit. A 44.29. The time by Callie Churn was a 44.4. down the inside. It wasn't going to be long. Oh, well defended there by Yehan Kali-chun. Trying the switchback does Robinson. Will he try it in the devil's elbow? No, he won't. He sits patiently in behind. He realizes how much time that's going to lose him to Chris Whitten in front and thinks better of it. Down the home straight into the first corner. Nose and tail right now is Leo Robinson and Kali-chun. Will they work together to catch on to the back of Chris Whitten? It looks like that's going to be the case. So Robinson, he tried to go on the attack, realized it wasn't working out for him. Now he's going to work together with Yehan Kali-chun to try and catch on to Chris Whitten, who's currently broken away in the lead. In behind, there's still a great gaggle of karts. Adam Sparrow leads the suit of Kian Bennett, Oliver Bowden, and Spencer Lane. Out the final corner we go. Down the home straight. Whitten crosses the line, making the charge. Yehan Kali-chun and Robinson still in behind, catching ever so slightly every lap onto the back of Chris Whitten, and that gap has been cut down drastically. Robinson late on the brakes, tries to pull back a little bit, time that he's lost to Kali-chun. In the lead right now, Chris Whitten. But will it stay that way for long? That's the question. Yehan Kali-chun, if he has anything to say about it. And I'm sure within the next few laps, we will see some sort of maneuver, some sort of aberration from Yehan Kali-chun. Up the back straight we go. Check over the shoulder from Robinson and Kali-chun. Down the inside, there's the move we were waiting on. Robinson follows through. That was well timed and well played there by Kali-chun and Robinson. They played their hand right, put all their cards down on the table and shown the bluff of Chris Whitten. Now, Leo Robinson is in a tricky situation where he has to make a hard decision. Does he make a move for the lead early on? Does he go for that move on Kali-chun if it arises? Or will they work together to try and break away from Chris Whitten first? Down the back straight. Now up into the top end, looking to the inside. Was that defensive or was that an attack? I guess we'll never know. That was definitely an attack. Looks to the inside line. Robinson just trying to scare Kali-chun off that inside racing line. Robinson trying everything in his force to get himself into the race lead right now. Down the home straight we go, and up the back straight once again. Just about half of this race has now been completed, and with still plenty of mileage to be put on these karts. Battle in the background, that was Adam Sparrow and Oliver Bowen. Who's came out on top of that one? Adam Sparrow. Bennett followed through as well. So Bowen drops down into 6th. That's Adam Sparrow, and also the number 5 of Kian Bennett managed to slide through. Up at the front end, Yehan Kali-chun. E-plate doing a great job of commanding the pace out in front. Leo Robinson in 2nd, does have the fastest lap under his belt, but doesn't seem to be as fast on race pace right now. Up towards the top bend, Chris Whitten applying a lot of pressure on the back of Robinson. Robinson sideways under braking. Surprised he's kept that one under control and Whitten hasn't pounced. Keep an eye in behind as well, as arriving onto the back of this battle now is Adam Sparrow, Kian Bennett and Oliver Bowen. Spencer Lane as well as Gareth Hayes. Just tagging in behind this train. Around the final bend we go, onto the home straight. Kali-chun, the one punching a hole in the air. Leo Robinson in behind. Will it stay that way for long? No, it won't. On the inside, there goes Chris Whitten. Whitten, after spending a lot of time as a backseat driver in this race, gets himself up into second position now. Whitten took the backseat for a portion of this race, didn't want to get involved in any of the battles which were taking place, and now gets himself up at a second, getting himself involved, getting stuck in at the deep end right now is Chris Whitten. He's charging back for that race lead, which he lost not so long ago. I don't think Kai Churn is going to hand it over that easily, though. Up towards the top bend we go. On the inside, where did that come from? Leo Robinson take a bow on the limiter. As he made the move on the inside, he'll try it on Kalichurn, and he's got it done. They bang wheels, but Robinson hits the front. They exchange rubber and exchange positions. Robinson hits the front, Whitten follows through, and Kalichurn down to third. I doubt he will be happy with that maneuver. Robinson, though, has a look over his shoulder. He sees that there's a feisty Chris Whitten in behind. Ooh, one driver going off into the grass in the background there. That looks like that was Oliver Bowen. Hand in the air, clearly feels there was malpractice used in that maneuver. Out in front, Leo Robinson. Just about holding off Chris Whitten and Jehan Kalichurn for the time being. Adam Sparrow and Ian Bennett in behind as well. Gareth Haynes keeping himself involved in this battle. You can see a little bit further back in fifth position. Chris Whitten having a look for the maneuver. Robinson covers well. Kalichurn just waiting to respond, waiting for Whitten to make the move first. Has to go defensive, feels that Bennett was a threat. Leo Robinson out in front right now. Chris Whitten in second. Jehan Kalichurn in third. Watch out for Kian Bennett in fourth. Bennett, our championship leader right now. Question is, will it stay that way for long if the order stays the way that it is? Out in front, Leo Robinson having to look left, having to look right to fend off Chris Whitten in second. It's a tall order and it's not an easy one either. As down through the Devil's Elbow and into the Rib Cruncher we go. Leo Robinson still leading the charge. Down the home straight we go. Good move there from the number 20 of Gareth Haynes to get himself past Kian Bennett. Up at the top end of the circuit. Great retaliation there from Chris Whitten as he gets the move done on Jehan Kalichurn. Chris Whitten still all over the back of Leo Robinson. Robinson withstanding this pressure like a workhorse. No problem at all there for the 36 out in front. Not struggling at all. But Chris Whitten in second position. Kian Bennett now dropping down into sixth. I'm going to have to try and do some quick maths if I want to figure out what that means in terms of the championship. Down the inside, Kalichurn, he's going to get that one done. You cannot count your chickens until they're all in one. Cannot count your eggs until they're all in one basket. As up at the top end through the Devil's Leg to the Devil's Elbow we go now. Kalichurn still in second, Whitten in third, but Kian Bennett all the way down in sixth. Down the home straight, over the rumble strip. 30 seconds left in this race. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 karts all in one train. Headed by Leo Robinson. Robinson's done so well at withstanding the pressure which has been applied onto the back of his kart. Will he be able to hold on to it for just 2 more laps? It's going to be last lap next time round. This is where it really gets down to the grit and the grimy. Through the rib cruncher for the penultimate time. And onto the home straight to mark the final lap. Leo Robinson, it's all on you. Jehan Kalichern in second will be charging onto the back of that 36. He has himself a little bit of breathing room. He has himself a bit of a cushion down the inside. Witten's going to retaliate first. Up into second. Will he get it done? Yes, he will. Trying to follow through. Not able to do so, though, is Adam Sparrow. And straight on the defense goes Jehan Kalichern. Kalichern having to go defensive. Looking over his shoulder, just Robinson. Witten in second right now. Just a few more corners to go. There's not really many overtaking opportunities. It's looking pretty nice and tidy around the final bend and across the line. Leo Robinson comes home with another victory to put under his tally. Chris Witten, a great response drive to finish in second. But to answer the question posed at the start of the race, can anyone break Chris Witten's form? Yes, they can. Yes, they can, and their name is Leo Robinson. Jehan Kalichern comes home in third. Adam Sparrow in fourth from Gareth Haynes, Spencer Lane, Kian Bennett, Oliver Bowen, Harrison Morrow, and Jack Stewart rounding out the top 10. Wow, what a race there. Chris Witten will be walking away with 37 points from that race. Kian Bennett, he's going to walk away with 31. So 6 points now closes their gap, meaning that there is now only 5 points which separates Kian Bennett and Chris Witten in the championship fight. Wow, it is so close between our top 2 in the championship. 5 points going into the final round. Chris Witten has that one on his shoulders coming into it, and Kian Bennett under quite a bit more pressure. With that race being out of the way, though, we're now going to cut down to some replays after a very chaotic race, as we'll go down and speak to the drivers in Parc Ferme. Well, we're down here live in Parc Ferme, just waiting on the drivers to make their way up to the podium. If we could get the top 3 drivers, that would be amazing.
Leo Robinson coming off the back of a victory. It was an amazing race from him. He was able to break Chris Whitten's curse around the circuit. Leo, I mean, after a long weekend, Chris Whitten was looking to be dominant all the way through. What was the secret to beating him in the end?
Oh, I'm not sure. I just managed to get the kart working perfectly. I want to say a massive thank you to Tim Wilson Motorsport for that. And I just managed to get it all right. Got into the lead at the perfect time. Just managed to defend and get it done.
Well, I mean, Leo, we always seem to see you making these amazing overtakes in the closing stages of the weekend, in the closing stages of the races, and it always seems to be benefiting you. Going into the last round of Aura, what's the plan?
I don't know, just play how it comes and hopefully get another win.
Is there anyone else you'd like to thank for this weekend's performance?
FF Course for the GT Driver Academy, Tim Wilson Motorsport, all of my sponsors for the amazing support, and just all my family.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Leo. And go celebrate with your mechanic. I can see the emotions are running high there for you. Congratulations for this weekend.
Cheers.
So hopefully we can now bring over Chris Whitten for a driver interview. If Chris is able to have a quick word with us, Chris is nice and easy going to make his way over to his driver interview here. He's done this multiple times. He knows what the deal is. Chris, I mean, it was looking to be the perfect weekend. It was a clean sweep all the way through the heats and the pre-final, but you were just knocked there in the final. What happened?
Well, no, I mean, to be fair, all weekend we've been fairly quick from the off. Obviously with the tyre thing with the TCAM, we've had old tyres. This weekend everyone's had new, so that put us on the back foot towards the end of the weekend when we haven't had as much tyre life. But no, it's a pretty good final, to be fair, so happy with second.
Well, I think you'll be glad to hear this. Going into the final round, you've cut down the gap in the championship to 5 points. How do you feel about that going into the last round?
Yeah, good. I mean, anything can happen at the final round, so especially Rower being Rower, it could be wet, it could be dry, could have every season in one day, so look forward to it.
Yeah, it's always going to be a good one. Is there anyone you'd like to thank for this weekend?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mum and dad for everything they do, my girlfriend for coming and supporting me every weekend, and Alan, Joe and Mark at Talco Racing.
Well, thank you so much and congratulations for the weekend.
Thank you.
So if we could now get Yehan over to the driver interviews. If Yehan is able to come over for an interview, that would be amazing. He's now going to make his way over and we will get to speak to our third place driver. Just having a quick debrief with the other drivers on the grid about what happened in that one. Yehan, I mean, great pace all weekend, managed to walk away with a podium. How do you feel?
I mean, I feel great. I think I showed good performance that weekend, so yeah, it's been great.
I mean, just in front of you, it just seemed within reaching range of getting those top 2 drivers of Leo and Chris Whitten. Is there anything you feel you could have changed to get that top 2 spot?
Probably a little bit just in the last sector. I feel like I lacked a bit there, but otherwise, apart from the whole track, I was really good.
And do you feel confident going into the last round of Rower? Have you ever driven out that track before?
Yeah, last year, British Champs, I drove there and won the British Champs, but yeah, I feel confident going into Rower.
Great, and is there anyone you'd like to thank for this weekend?
Dave and Ashley Klassen, the rest of Klassen Motorsport, family and friends, and Lee Whittingham.
Thank you so much and congratulations, Yehan. So that's going to be it for the driver interviews in TKM Extreme. We'll cut to a quick ad break now and we'll join me back up in the commentary box. As if there wasn't a break, we move over to the Honda Cadet GX200 final. Marjorie Kovacich starts on pole with Ryan White alongside him. From Archie Cannon and Ralphie Branscombe, Elliot Bork and Ricky Jr. McIntosh on the third row of the grid. Fourth row is Ashton Horspool, Theo Hamilton Jackson, Heath Esme Rosie, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and Shailen Srikatan. Then it's going to be Toby Turner, Morgan Cooney, Shea Hilton, Harry Pennington and Adam Batt, rounding out the 17 drivers here on a 9-row grid. So the drivers just making their way through the Devil's Elbow and through the Rib Cruncher down towards the grid. And the drivers will very shortly get underway with racing. Hopefully as quickly as I made it through that grid, they can get underway with racing as well. If anyone watching along at home has any drivers that they're supporting in this class, make sure to let us know in the YouTube chat as well. We are keeping an eye on it over the course of this weekend, as we are ready to get going once again. Honda Cadets, it's been great racing over the course of this weekend. Ralphie Branscombe getting himself stuck in with the battle as well. Revs will rise and we get racing. Hopping off the line are the drivers here in the Honda Cadet GX200 final. Down through the first corner and up the hill now. It's a long stretch for these drivers on flow momentum. But up at the front end, seems a pretty textbook start there for Marjorie Kovacich. Ryan White was not able to respond. Now down the hill, through the loop and the double left. Little clip at the curb there from Ralphie Branscombe. You've just seen the rear end of his car jump a little bit. The O plate. One of the most prized races and one of the most accredited races on the British racing calendar. Ralphie Branscombe was the victor of that, and that's why he has that 0 on his car. The S plate of Archie Cannon, that was recently won over the last couple of weeks. So Archie Cannon representing the S plate on his kart, currently in 3rd position. So Kovacich now making his way around. Ryan White still sitting in 2nd position. This feels like a very similar situation to what we had in the super heat. Marjorie Kovacich. Just can he deal with the pressure? Ryan White pushing him through the corners virtually. As around the final bend we go and down the home straight once again. Ryan White with a lot of pressure in behind from Archie Cannon. And Ralphie Branscombe, you can't forget about him, our championship leader. In the bright pink helmet down the inside. There's the move from the S plate of Archie Cannon. Cannon fires it down the inside with a great move to get himself past. As Branscombe now on the response. Ryan White didn't want to take any time. Oh, hop it over the curbs. There's Ricky Jr. McIntosh as he was squeezed over by Elliot Bork. Elliot Bork just squeezed over the curb there and seems to go flying over, does Ricky Jr. McIntosh. Now Marjorie Kovacich out in front. Ryan White still in 2nd after getting that move done on Cannon once again. Down the inside, he wasn't waiting around. Gets the move done. Great move there by Ryan White. Marjorie Kovacich just not able to respond to that one at all. Caught him off guard. Did the number 1 plate. As now going down towards the Devil's Elbow. Through the Devil's Elbow we go. Now into the Rib Cruncher. As the carts go flying over. And now down through the final bend. Down the home straight. Ryan White out in front. Marjorie Kovacich just sitting quite comfortably in 2nd. Ralphie Branscombe in 3rd. I'm sure he will be wanting to gain a position if possible. Looking for the overtake if it arises for him.
Hooked in behind the number 15 right now is the O-plate as they go through the Devil's Elbow once again. Through the Rib Cruncher now. Fastest lap currently under the weight of Marjoris Kovacic. But will it stay that way, or will anyone be able to overturn that factor? The answer is yes, it will be overturned. Ryan White picks up the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. Ralphie Branscombe ever so faster than the number 15 of Kovacic. These three drivers, there is nothing separating them. You could barely fit a sheet of paper between the front bumper and rear bumper of these drivers. I mean, Ryan White out in front has to deal with a lot of pressure right now. He has two carts breathing down his neck. White not in an optimal position either, as he is the one carving away through the air. He is the one being hit by all that air in front of him, basically making a hole for the drivers in behind him. Slipstream has such a huge effect around this circuit, especially the headwinds going up the hill. The elevation changes will not be going in the favor of Ryan White either. Kovacic in second, checks over his shoulder, sees Branscombe there. Branscombe with quite a bit of breathing room back to Archie Cannon in fourth position. Cannon originally involved in this battle. Fell off a little bit. Oh no, there's 64 there. That's Jackson Heath. Jackson Heath has pulled off the circuit. An issue there, and it looks like unfortunately it may be a retirement for the number 64. Across the line once again. Gaps closing between our front drivers. Yellow flag going up towards the top end of the circuit. That'll be where Jackson Heath is pulled off, unfortunately. Jackson Heath walking away from his cart deflated. And you can't blame him at all. The most important race of the weekend, and unfortunately, what I can only assume is a breakdown from his kart, means that he's not able to compete any further in proceedings. Down the hill now, through the final bend once again. Ryan White keeping that kart tucked nice and tight. Checking over his shoulder. Kovacic in second, in the most difficult position possible. Sandwiched in. Does he go for the move? Does he go defensive? He'll have to make a choice sometime soon, especially with only 5 minutes left on the clock, with over half the race now completed. Only a 12-minute race here for the Honda Cadets. Down through the Devil's Elbow. The number one car in the number one position. We've seen it before in the senior rotax. Will we see it again in the Honda Cadets? Through the first corner and up the hill. Checking over the shoulder are all the drivers here. Ryan White, Marjoris Kovacic and Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe, it really hasn't been the weekend he would have been hoping for. I mean, most likely always on dominant form. 7th, 4th and a 3rd so far for Ralphie Branscombe this weekend. Move down the inside, Archie Cannon just trying to fend off Ricky Jr. McIntosh right now. But going into the final round of this season, Marjoris Kovacic needs every single point he can get to try and break down the gap to Ralphie Branscombe in the championship standings. It's not going to be an easy one, and it definitely is a tall order. But as we heard from Kai Hunter before, anything is possible going into the final round of the championship. Going down the hill now. Into the loop, into the double left-hander we go. Ryan White still out in front, runs a little bit wide though, makes a mistake. Nearly opens the door for Marjoris Kovacic. Kovac just pulled to the outside because he had so much more momentum than Ryan White in front of him that he had to pull out of the way and make evasive action, or he would have caused an incident. Kovac is still pushing on with Ryan White out in front, but time is ticking down. Hard on the brakes there are our top three, as we're keeping an eye on these three glued together on the inside. There's the bid we were waiting on. He gets the move done. Margeris Kovacis. He played the long game, waited until the best opportunity possible, and Kovacis gets the move done on Ryan White. Amazing job from him. Round the final corner, down the home straight. It's not all over yet though. Ryan White still has plenty of time to respond. And Ralphie Branscombe there to clean up the dirt if anything happens. On the inside, White tries it. He clips the rear bumper of Margeris Kovacis, and it's not enough to get himself into the lead. Actually, falls himself into the grasp of Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe now nose to tail with number one of Ryan White. What can White do now to recover himself from the mistake that he's just made? Kovacis crosses the line once again. Minute 19 remaining on the clock. 3 more laps of racing here from the Honda Cadet. It all came down to this. Kovacis, defensive. White, desperate. Waiting for a gap to open up. Checks over his shoulder to Kovacis. He sees White still there. Covers off the inside line. White thought about it. Kovacis shuts the door in his face. Through the devil's elbow now. We'll catch them coming down through the rib cruncher. As flying through the battle in behind of Archie Cannon, Ricky Jr. McIntosh, Elliot Bork and Ashton Horsepool. All of these drivers very closely knitted together. Ricky Jr. McIntosh looking for the switchback. He was thinking about it going up the hill there. Wasn't able to get it to work. Kovacis scrambling, defending from Ryan White there. Down the inside. Is he going to get it done through the devil's elbow? He's going to try it down the inside. No, can't quite get there. Kovacis so well defended there to keep his car in perfect contention. Left enough room for Ryan White to be on that part of the track, but kept the momentum and held it round the outside. He's got one more lap to do so. Kovacis handled this race so well. On the inside, White tries to switch back, covered off by Kovacis. A defensive masterclass so far from Margeris Kovacis. Branscombe's going to try anything to get himself further up the order. White still tucked in behind Kovacis' bumper. Nowhere he can go. Kovacis to the middle of the track. Dummies to the outside. On the inside, White's going to try it. Doesn't get there. On the inside, Branscombe bangs wheels. Gets himself into second. But Margeris Kovacis manages to fend off a storm across the line. Hand to the air. Well done. Margeris Kovacis manages to take home the victory here in the Honda Cadet GX200s. Ralphie Branscombe with a last-minute move through the rib cruncher, banging wheels with Ryan White, but gets himself into second position. Ryan White comes home in third eventually, after what was looking like it could have been his race win. Archie Cannon comes home in fourth, with Ricky Jr. McIntosh in fifth, Elliot Bork in sixth from Ashton Horsepool, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, Esme Rose and Shea Hilton rounding out the top 10 there
for the Honda GX200 final. So that's going to be it there for the Honda GX200 finals, as the drivers now just make their way into the pit. I wonder if we can see a little smile on the face of Marjoris Kovacic there as he's pulled into the pit lane. No problems with his front bumper. What about Ryan White? No issues at all. Ralphie Branscombe, I think he got through scot-free as well. Yep, no issues for any of the three drivers, as they will now just make their way onto the weighing scales and through over. Is there an issue on the weigh scale there? Nope. Marjoris Kovacic, after what may have been an intense few seconds there, had a little bit of a thought that he may have been underweight. As we can see there, still the TKM Extreme drivers sitting in Parc Ferme. Talking about Parc Ferme, I'm going to leave yous with the highlights as we're now going to make our way down into Parc Ferme to catch up with the drivers. In Parc Ferme, as we're just waiting on the drivers to make their way over for their post-race interviews. I mean, what a race it was. Marjoris Kovacic with some of the best defense that we've ever seen on display by the Honda Cadet GX200s, and a last-minute dive bomb from Ralphie Branscombe secured himself second position, with third place going the way of the number one plate of Ryan White. We're currently just waiting for the drivers as they're having a little bit of a debrief with their mechanics right now. We'll see if we can get any of the drivers over for their post-race interview. Hopefully we can get Marjoris Kovacic. Marjoris is now going to make his way over for his post-race interview. Marjoris, if you just like to stand here, and we'll have a quick chat about the race of what's just happened. I mean, it wasn't an easy one at all for you. Yeah, I can see the sigh of relief on your face. A lot of defense and a lot of action. Talk us through the race.
So, started the race feeling pretty confident, and then got overtaken, thought just work, you know, get like three-man train, pull a big gap, go for it, and then just defend, and worked out.
Would you say that composure and just keeping yourself calm was the key to your race there?
Oh yeah, definitely. If I didn't have my composure, I could have fell back to 4th, 5th, 6th, you never know.
100%. And are you looking forward to the final round at Rara though? Is that a track that you like?
Never been, so no idea.
Well, there you go, something new. And is there anyone you'd like to thank for this weekend?
Stuart, my stepdad, for being the mechanic, my brother Maz, my mum, and all my family members watching at home.
Well, Marjoris, congratulations. Get yourself back over and celebrating with your team. We're going to try and get over here our second place driver of Ralphie Branscombe. We'll go see if Ralphie is ready for a chat. Ralphie, just having a bit of a debrief here. I'm going to pop over. Ralphie, are you free to have a quick chat about your race? Ralphie's now going to make his way over and we'll have a little chat about his race from his perspective about what happened there. As he will make his way over now. very slowly, having a little word with the mechanics. Has to get the bucket hat. Has to get the bucket hat for style points. I mean, Ralphie, it was a very last-minute move. We left it down to the last moments. What happened there?
Well, we changed gear and then it was rubbish, if I'm being honest. But I just thought last lap they battled straight down the inside and managed to get it done.
Well, it clearly worked out for you, and you're still holding on to that championship lead going into the final round. Are you confident going into it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've won the championship now. We're going to work it out in a minute, so hopefully I have.
Well, hopefully you have indeed. Is there anyone you'd like to thank for your performance this weekend?
Yeah, well, Adrenico, JCC, Young Ones, Sharps, and my mum, my dad, my uncle, and all them, all my family, and yeah, all my sponsors.
Well, thank you so much for your chat, Ralphie, and congratulations on the race. You did amazing.
And don't forget about Adrenico.
Well, there you go. Has to get in the last couple of thank yous there. And if we have enough time, we'll see if we can get a chat with Ryan White. Ryan, I've heard from Ralphie that Ryan's already left. So unfortunately, we won't get to hear from our third place driver. But that'll be it for the interviews down here in Park Finley. We'll cut to a quick ad break, and then we'll join myself back up in the commentary box. So we find our way back over in the commentary box for the Micro Max final. Dean Singh Pahar was starting on pole position with Austin Oman alongside him. From Max Jolly, Maximilian Eberhardt, Harry Radcliffe, Logan Stanley Jones starting in 6th. 7th is Jos Huschka, and Sebastian Crawford, Oliver Dawson, and Maria Roberto rounding out the 10-kart grid here for the Micro Max final. So as the drivers make their way down through the rib cruncher now, we will get ourselves ready for the start of this race. Around the final bend we go. Do we go racing first time round? Yes, we do. No problems at all. Diving down through the first corner now, and up the hill we go. Austin Oman looking like he's just about hung on to that first position. One driver taking the rally route up there at the top. That looked like that was the number 26 of Harry Radcliffe. That's unfortunate to see that Harry's went off the track so early on. Manages to recover himself and get himself back racing though. As we can see, Austin Oman still out in front, with in behind Maximilian Eberhardt, the ruthless driver from the Superheat, the one driver who would not leave anybody alone. As he did an amazing job over the course of the Superheat as well. We've seen him fighting his way all the way throughout the field. So close to taking home that top spot, not able to do so.
just about. But Austin Oman, it's all the final that counts. But I'll have to keep an eye on these front three, as Maximilian Eberhardt, I'm sure, will not be letting anyone get off easy. As they now go through the Devil's Elbow and down through the Rib Cruncher. Austin Oman still leads the way from Maximilian Eberhardt for the time being. And Eberhardt just trying to wait for an opportunity, waiting for a gap to open up for him to make that overtake. As he's still stuck to the rear bumper of the cart in front. Trying to get a move there was Dian Singh Bahal. Singh Bahal, it's been a great weekend for him so far, and I'm sure he would be very happy with another podium to put under his belt. As we now go through the Devil's Elbow and down the hill into the Rib Cruncher. Austin Oman still just about leading the way from Maximilian Eberhardt in second position. It's so tight up at the front end. You can see it's like two little packs of two carts here is the front four right now. Austin Oman and Maximilian Eberhardt working together, and Dian Singh Bahal and Max Jolly also working together to try and catch on to our top two. Micro and Max always know how to put on a show. Austin Oman, our leader in the car, our leader in the race, and also our leader in the championship right now. We'll have to see if he's able to get another race win under his belt. Down the inside, good move there by Dian Singh Bahal. Singh Bahal gets that one done. Maximilian Eberhardt drops down into third now. I don't think he will like that one. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a retaliation overtake. Not so long after. A tap on the helmet there. Dian Singh Bahal picks up the fastest lap as well. Eberhardt so good at responding and catching drivers off guard. It's just going to be a question of time before that happens. As now down into the Devil's Elbow we go. Singh Bahal glued to the rear bumper of Austin Oman. Gives him a little nudge through the Rib Cruncher. Does Dian Singh Bahal on the back of Austin Oman. As now up the hill we go. Singh Bahal tucked in behind Oman. Eberhardt with Max Jolly in behind him. Going defensive there does Austin Oman. Doesn't want to give up that inside line. Doesn't want to risk anything at all. Down the inside though. He's going to risk that one. He will fall victim. It's going to be Dian Singh Bahal flying through past Austin Oman, and Maximilian Eberhardt follows through as well with no problems. Great move there from Austin Oman. Great move there from Dian Singh Bahal on Austin Oman. So Singh Bahal hits the front for the first time in this race. Eberhardt in behind, fastest driver on the circuit. Can he get the move done for the lead though? We know he likes a move up there at the top corner. Maybe chooses better of it this time. Still very close to the rear bumper of that number 23 in Singh Bahal. Austin Oman in behind, trying to fend off Max Jolly at the same time as attacking the back of Maximilian Eberhardt. As now we go down through the final couple of corners. Hand up in the air there from one of the drivers, that's number 26. So Harry Radcliffe not happy about something. Not quite sure what happened there between those two drivers. The number 95 and the 26, that's Oliver Dawson
and Harry Radcliffe. Oliver Dawson also has some support in the YouTube chat from Mark Solo. So Oliver Dawson, hopefully his supporters are cheering him on, and that gives him the power to make up a couple of positions. Dian Singh Pahal still just leading away from Eberhardt. Eberhardt sneaking on that inside line, waiting for an opportunity to arise. Maximilian Eberhardt checks over his shoulder twice on the rear bumper of Singh Pahal. So close to the rear bumper of Singh Pahal right now is Eberhardt. It's all mind games. It's all about applying as much pressure as he can until Singh Pahal folds, or if Singh Pahal folds in this case. Eberhardt doing a great job at keeping the pressure constantly applied onto the rear bumper of our leader. Was that a move in the background there? I think it was. That was Max Jolly getting the move done on Austin Oman. Down up the back straight we go. 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Nearly 8 minutes has now been completed in this race, as the drivers file their way down the hill now. Keep an eye up at the front end on Singh Pahal and Max Eberhardt. This battle is surely about to bubble over. The amount of pressure that has been applied between the two of them, hard to withstand from a spectator's point of view, never mind being one of the drivers. Austin Oman gets a move back done on Max Jolly just out of our camera view. Picks up the fastest lap as well though. Austin Oman picks up the fastest lap for good measure, and he's now all over the back of Maximilian Eberhardt. Eberhardt gives a little bump into the rear bumper of Dian Singh Pahal. But Oman in third position now, looking feisty as ever. Waiting for an opportunity to arise, waiting to try and get that move done for second position. Down through the devil's elbow now. Singh Pahal out in front. In the background though, Max Jolly's going to make the move before Austin Oman can. Oh, one driver off in the background, that's Logan Stanley Jones. Stanley Jones, unfortunately, off the circuit. He was in 7th position, and he now tumbles down into what is going to be 10th. Now in front, though, these front four closer than ever. Jolly was tired of waiting around. He said, if you're not going to make the move for second position, I'll take it upon myself to do so. Finds himself in third now. Will he attack onto the back of Eberhardt? 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Not long left for these drivers to sort themselves out round the final bend. Jolly all over the back of Eberhardt now. This is where things could start to get spicy. Up the hill we go. Nice and calm for now. Down the hill once again. Singh Pahal. Blissful awareness of the drivers in behind. Not paying attention to anything that's going on behind him. Singh Pahal with the mindset of focusing on himself. Yellow flags as we go down through the devil's elbow. That'll be for the retired kart of Logan Stanley Jones. Out of the rib cruncher we go around the final bend to mark another lap completed. 13 laps now completed by our leading drivers, and with 1 minute and 30 remaining on the clock, it looks like we will have 3 more laps of action. Down the inside, there's the move we were waiting on. I think it caught all of us by surprise. Such a late maneuver under braking. Maximilian Eberhardt gets a move done. Singh Pahal responds. Straight back on the attack, gets the move done. No messing around there.
from Dian Singh Pahal. He gets the move done straight back on Maximilian Eberhardt. Maximilian Eberhardt awarded himself the lead for a grand total of 1 corner. Eberhardt, he's had a sniff at the lead, and I'm sure he'll be looking to do it all over again. Only a victory is currently on the plate and currently in the view of Maximilian Eberhardt. Dian Singh Pahal is there to refuse him. Singh Pahal soaring at the steering wheel as we're keeping an eye on this battle. But Eberhardt, he's going to have a lot of work to do now that Jolly and Oman have made their way past him. On the inside, great response there from Eberhardt. Takes advantage of Oman, going a little bit wide and picks up the inside line. Last lap is now upon us. And Dian Singh Pahal, does he go defensive or does he just drive on forwards? Singh Pahal keeps it nice and tidy through there. Max Jolly with a newfound sense of pace. Just waiting for a chance. Waiting for Dian Singh Pahal to make a mistake, because that is looking like it will be the only way that he can get himself into the lead. And I doubt it's gonna happen. The number 23, when the time came and the curtain calls, Dian Singh Pahal steps up to the occasion and crosses the line victorious for the Micromax final victory. Amazing race there from Dian Singh Pahal to take home the win. He won last time out, and he'll take home another victory under his belt. He will be ecstatic with that result. Dian Singh Pahal wins from Max Jolly and Maximilian Eberhardt in third. Austin Oman in fourth. Jos Hushka fifth. Harry Radcliffe sixth. Sebastian Crawford will finish in seventh, from Oliver Dawson, Maria Roberto and Logan Stanley Jones rounding out the top 10 here for the Micromax final. So now as the drivers will make their way into the pit lane, and there we can see Dian Singh Pahal pulling in. Thumbs up from all the drivers. Great to see the camaraderie and all the good sportsmanship between the drivers. Jolly comes in, no problem. Eberhardt comes in, no problem. Dian Singh Pahal, a sigh of relief there from Maximilian Eberhardt on his way in, and you can't blame him at all. It's Singh Pahal from Jolly and Eberhardt. And while we go down to talk to our top three, here is the highlights from that race.
very chaotic race. We're here with a very well prepared and very happy Dian Singh Bahal. I mean, 2 wins on the go. You won last time round and you won this time round. What's the secret to it?
I don't know. I try not to be that over ahead of myself. It was a hard race. I didn't really know it was very complex at the start. I got driven around the outside on the Dragon's Tail by Austin and Max at the start, and then I started to calm down and work my way back up.
Well, going into the final round of the championship, we're going up to Cumbria in the northeast of England. Have you ever been to Rowra?
Oh yeah, it's a lovely track. I went here last year. I went there last year for UKC. It's a very good track. There's a nice lake next to it. It's a nice track.
Awesome. And is there anyone you'd like to thank for your racing this weekend?
My parents, my auntie and uncle, and the kids who's come to support. Kato, who I've been running with for this weekend. Dave, for my all-time manager. All my teammates. Austin, Max, other Max for giving me a good race.
Great, thank you so much, Dian, and congratulations on the race win once again. Perfect, thank you. And we'll now bring over Max Jolly. I mean, Max, it was P2 in the end after a long, hard-fought race. Talk us through from your perspective.
So the start was very hard because when we doing the run lap and after the start finish straight, it was just race or anything, yeah.
Yeah, and it has been a really tough weekend. It's been so close throughout the whole class. Surely you've got to be happy with a podium in the end.
Yeah, I'm really happy with P2. I feel like if I got P1, I'd be so happy, but well done to Dean coming P1 and well done for Max coming P3.
And is there anyone you'd like to thank for this weekend?
My dad, my mum for bringing me, Jordan, Reese, Kai, all the team, yeah.
Awesome, Max. Thank you so much and congratulations on P2. And now we'll bring on over the other Max. Max, a great race. I mean, you've been ruthless all weekend. You've been making so many amazing overtakes and P3 in the final. What a weekend for you.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great points for your championship battle going into the final round. Does that give you any more confidence?
Slightly, but I don't think we could get it. I think Oman's a bit too far ahead.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tall order and everything to play for going into the final round. Anyone you'd like to thank for this weekend?
I'd love to thank Force, my dad, my mum, my sister, Travis Perkins, the Pallet Company and everyone who supported me.
Awesome, thank you so much and congratulations on P3 this weekend. So with that being the end of the Micro Max class, we'll have a quick ad break and then join us for the final race of the day up in the commentary box. final race of the day, and going to take to the track now. Emerson McAndrew Uren starts on pole position with Joshua Griffin alongside him. Louis Radcliffe, Miles Burton, Thomas Jackson and Riley Muro starts in 6th. Soren Gallagher, then Thomas Potter, Alex Goodson, Hansing Khan rounds out in 10th, and it's going to be Drew Davidson and Blair Smith on the 6th row. 7th row consists of David Hjorns, Jacob Underhill, then Zach Jennings, Loman Wilcox in 16th. 17th is going to be Charlie Stapleton, and Hakeem Batch rounds out the 9th row of the grid in 18th. What a weekend this could be. It could be very, very interesting indeed. The only class where we can see the championship confirmed and round out by the end of this race. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Oh, do we go racing first time round? Yes, we do. Diving up towards the first corner now. It's a great start for Uren. Now, as we go up through the top end of the circuit, around the outside, trying to file through. One driver kicking up and over. In the mid-pack, 2 teammates going side by side. That looks like that was going to be the 20 of Thomas Potter getting involved. Riley Muro also getting himself a little bit sideways as they battle side by side. Up in front though, Joshua Griffin in 2nd. As they go around the final corner, this is the dream start he would have been hoping for. Emerson McAndrew Uren, he qualified P1. He's won both of the heats by over 4 seconds. The second heat, and the pre-final, which we've seen earlier on, he won by nearly 6 seconds. An outstanding race earlier on from Emerson McAndrew Uren. And I mean, all he has to do to round out the championship here is finish within the top 15. But Uren's not going to let it be just the top 15. He's going to try and finish off in style. He's currently in P1. It's the dream start he would have been hoping for. And flying around the circuit right now, it'll be like a fever dream for the number 33. Across the home straight once again, Uren will be counting down the laps, counting down the seconds for the closing stages of this race. Up in the mid-pack though, move down the inside. That's Riley Muro getting it done on Miles Burton. Burton now having a fight side by side with Radcliffe as Radcliffe's trying to follow back through. Keep an eye on the 7 of Hansing Khan as he tries to get involved in the battle as well. Burton just about holding on right now as they go through the Devil's Elbow. Tucked in behind right now. Louis Radcliffe down the inside, gets a move done on Miles Burton. It was just a moment of time before that happened. Burton was on the attack for the whole of that lap. Gets it done through the rib cruncher with no problems at all. Burton straight back on the defense once again, as tucked in behind him is Hansing Khan. Hansing Khan looking for the move. Can he get the switch back? He'll try it on the inside. They're going to go side by side. Gets it done with no contact. I'm surprised that even managed to fit through. Hansing Khan, great move there on Miles Burton. Thomas Jackson would have been sat back thinking in awe at what happened and what he's just seen unfold in front of him. Alex Goodson, though, the closest to that battle, trying to get himself up a couple of positions if possible. Around the final bend and down the home straight. Emerson McAndrew Uren, this is a statement of a race. You can see why he's the championship leader. You can see why he's won every single race by over 4 seconds. In only 3 minutes of completed time in this race so far, nearly a second is the gap which he's pulled over Joshua Griffin in 2nd position. And the fastest lap to his name is just the cherry on top. Down the inside, tries it. Can he get it done? Of course he can. Riley Muro slips past Joshua Griffin through the Devil's Elbow and down through the rib cruncher. He'll hold on to that one for now. That'll be great cheers in the SBR awning for that one. Joshua Griffin. A tap on the helmet there from Riley Muro, signaling to Joshua Griffin, saying, let's work together, let's push forward. Try and catch onto the back of McAndrew Uren. See if it's possible. Louis Radcliffe picks up the fastest lap on that previous lap of the circuit. Emerson McAndrew-Uren very, very close to that lap as well. Only 4 hundredths was the difference on that lap. Out back up at the front end, Riley Muro is going to be the man on a mission trying to charge on to McAndrew-Uren. But if Uren keeps putting in barnstormers of laps like this, I highly doubt Muro even has a chance of getting close to the back of Uren. Murrow with a lot of work to do if he wants to get onto the back of our leader. But Joshua Griffin, one driver going slow in the background. That's the 113 of Hakeem Bat. So Hakeem Bat having a few problems there in the final sector. But with just about half the race now being completed, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, an amazing, amazing season he's had so far. And what a round out it would be with a clean sweep at Glanny Gores. Riley Murrow with a lot of pressure from Joshua Griffin and Radcliffe in behind. Keep an eye on Hansen Khan as well. Through the double left we go. Now up towards the Devil's Elbow. Going defensive in the background. Louis Radcliffe opens the door for Khan. Khan slips through on the Devil's Elbow. Gets the move done, no problem. Beautiful overtake. Used the switchback. He's seen that Louis Radcliffe was going to go deep into the corner. And Khan set himself up perfectly to take advantage of that. Murrow and Griffin working together hand in hand, trying desperately to catch on to the back of Uren. Uren just in a world of his own right now. 1.75 seconds back to Riley Murrow and Joshua Griffin. Through the Devil's Elbow, down through the Rib Cruncher. The question is, how long will these drivers take before they realize that they're not going to be able to catch on to the back of McAndrew-Uren? Or will they realize that they're catching on to the back? No, they're not. 0.2 of a second is what McAndrew-Uren pulled out on that previous lap. Riley Muro just trying to hold on in that second position. Joshua Griffin breathing down his neck. Surely the number 5 has to shortly notice that they're not catching onto the back of the leader and that it's every man for himself for second position. Murrow and Griffin still could try and work together to pull away from Hansen Khan in behind. Khan's pace is currently blistering in behind the number 5. And there's the JDR 105 car of Jacob Underhill. Underhill doing a great job in the top 10 right now. Thomas Potter just in behind him. Potter under a lot of pressure. You can see Drew Davison and David Yorns. The head of the battle though, Jacob Underhill, the highest flyer novice right now. The 105, the only novice within the top 10. An amazing performance from him. As we keep an eye on this battle further down the order. Drew Davidson, the S-plate, in a difficult situation right now in a sandwich up at the front end of this train. Let's see if any changes are able to be made. Riley Murrow still being chased by Joshua Griffin and Hansen Khan. They do have a back marker in front of Hakeem Bat. Will Bat be able to get out of the way without any trouble? Yes, he will, no problem. Bat just manages to get out of the way of that train of cars without causing any disruption and without causing any issues for the drivers in behind. But down the home straight we go.
The clock just ticking down. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Minimal time for the remainder of this race. But Uren in a world of his own out in front. Riley Murrow in second position. Nothing he could do about the pace, which the number 33 in front has been able to put down. As he goes through the Devil's Elbow and through the Rib Cruncher. Realization will soon start to hit that they're not catching on to the lead driver. Down the home straight through the first bend, up the back straight now. Joshua Griffin, will he now start to attack the back of Riley Murrow? We'll have to find out. Downhill section, Murrow positions the car in the middle of the circuit. Doesn't want to risk Griffin going for an overtake. Back up the undulation. As now down the hill through the Devil's Elbow. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining on the clock. What is going to be just 3 more laps of racing action. Emerson McAndrew Uren 0.3 of a second faster than anyone else out in the field. Riley Murrow with so much pressure behind, down the inside. Hansing Khan, where did you come from? As he gets the move done on Joshua Griffin. Amazing move from the number 7 in the Hunter Motorsport colours. Gets down the inside of the Strawberry Motorsport kart. With only a moment's notice, dives on the inside of the braking, losing minimal time and gaining himself a position. Hansing Khan, silent but deadly out on the track. Now up the hill once again, the penultimate lap of this race. Hard on the brakes as they all congest up at the top end of the circuit. Tap on the helmet there from Hansing Khan saying, let's work together, let's get past Murrow. Hunter Motorsport versus SPR for the second position on the podium. Or can Joshua Griffin throw a spanner in the works and get himself on the final step of the podium? Will cross the line to mark the final lap of this race. And what a race it has been. Emerson McAndrew Uren, out of all the classes here in the Ultimate Karting Championship, he's going to be the first champion crowned this season. Around the outside, no, down the inside. Louis Radcliffe gets there on Joshua Griffin. Oh, he thought he had got there, but held around the outside. Joshua Griffin manages to hang on to it. It's only the penultimate round of the championship. We're not even in Cumbria yet, and it feels weird saying this, but Emerson McAndrew Uren is the 2024 Mini Inter champion in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Take a bow, young man. The number 33 has been dominant all season, and it's a season he won't forget. In a proud moment for everyone on Team McAndrew Uren. A proud moment for DHR, a proud moment for Mum and Dad, and a proud moment indeed for Emerson McAndrew Uren. 2024 Mini Inter Ultimate Karting Championship champion Emerson McAndrew Uren is crowned at the penultimate round. Riley Murrow comes home in second position from Hansing Khan in third. Joshua Griffin comes home in fourth from Louis Radcliffe. Alex Goodson will finish in sixth from Miles Burton, Thomas Jackson, Soren Gallagher, and the top novice rounding out the top 10, it's Jacob Underhill. So as the drivers are now making their way down into the pit lane,
We're having a look at Hansen Khan there as he's filtered first into the pit lane. No problems with the front bumper. No problems with the front bumper for the number 43. Neither the 82 of Louis Radcliffe. Riley Murrow, our second place driver. No issues for him. What about Joshua Griffin? He finished in 4th. And the number 26. It feels like we're just sitting here waiting for Emerson McAndrew-Uren to make his way through down into Parc Ferme. Uren clearly took his time. He took it all in, and you can't blame him. A slow in lap for Uren, drinking in the emotion, drinking in the moment, because it only happens once. And Emerson McAndrew-Uren will party hard on into the night, as it is an amazing way to round out the Glanny Gores round here, the final race of the day, and we have crowned our first champion. How about that for a days of racing? And at the back of the queue, it's none other than the man himself. Emerson McAndrew-Uren has pulled into Parc Ferme, and now he's in Parc Ferme. I'm about to make my way down to catch up with the top 3. Here is the replays from this race. And I mean, what a way to round out a days of racing with an amazing mini-inter final and an amazing season final for one man, Emerson McAndrew-Uren. I mean, talk us through it. Surely emotions are running high. The first crowned champion in the 2024 Ultimate Karting Championship season.
Yeah, great weekend. Jacob. We had a great weekend, really fast. Kart couldn't have been better, and we've had the pace to clean sweep, and now that we've won the championship it's a bit less pressure, and we're still going to do rah-rah, but yeah, it feels so good.
Well, I mean, all you had to do was finish in the top 15, but a clean sweep is definitely a statement to finish it out. You said you're still going to race at Rowra. Just a bit of a fun weekend for you out there then.
Yeah, I'm also going to try and help my teammate Alex Goodson, since he's just joined the team. Help him improve, and yeah, we'll see what happens there.
Lovely to hear the teamwork there. Is there anyone you'd like to thank for this weekend and the season for that matter?
I'd like to thank everyone in DHR, Time Racing Engines, Daryl, my whole family for supporting me, my dad for being on the spanners, and yeah, everyone, and also my granddad.
Well, Emerson's, congratulations on the win. Congratulations on the championship. Go enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you so much. Emerson, an amazing weekend from him once again to round out his championship fight. And we'll try and get our second place driver over here, if possible. We'll try and get any of the other top 3 to come over for an interview. As Riley Muro, there he is, Riley Muro, just talking with his mechanics, you can't blame him. A little bit of a debrief after the race. Riley will run over and a little hop of the barrier to show off some athleticism to make his way over for the interview. Riley, I mean, it doesn't look like we could quite keep up with Emerson out there on the track, but P2, still a great result for you.
Yeah, I think Emerson drove really well this weekend. Well done to him. We had a DSQ in the pre-quali, which didn't help us in the start, so we couldn't really go with him once he set off. So we tried to get up as early as possible and just worked our way up to second. The gap was too big by the time we got there, so I just tried to maintain that second place. Had a little bit of pressure from Khan right at the end, but was still able to defend him off.
Yeah, it was a very tight battle all the way through, but happy with second place. Are you going to be competing at Rowra for the final round?
Yeah, hopefully we can keep the second in the championship. If not, maybe go for first.
Well, it's definitely going to be an interesting one indeed. Is there anyone you'd like to thank for this weekend?
Sam, Nigel, Archie, my mechanic, just everyone who's been helping me in the team, really.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and congratulations on P2. Have a great rest of your day, and celebrations with the team as well. We'll see if we can get our third place man of Hansen Khan over. Wonder if he is anywhere to be seen. Riley has said that Hansen's just over here. Great. Hansen, third place on the podium. I'm sure you would have been hoping for that second position. It was a great battle that you had there with Riley. Talk us through the race from your eyes.
I wasn't really expecting it because we started 10th after getting smashed off in the superheat, but yeah.
Well, I mean, an outstanding recovery drive nonetheless, and some lovely points to go towards your championship battle as well.
Yeah, we're not really in the championship because we missed the first 2 rounds, but yeah, it's still a good finish.
Well, missing out on the first 2 rounds, you're going to make up for it and come race with us at Rowra?
Yeah.
Great, perfect. We'll see you next time round there. Is there anyone you'd like to thank for this weekend?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Josh Pullen, Hunter Motorsport, Venator Racing Engines, my dad, and Reese and Kai.
Well, Hansen, thank you so much. Congratulations on P3 as well this weekend.
Thank you.
So that's going to round it out for round 5 in the penultimate round of the Ultimate Karting Championship. What a way to round it off. Congratulations to Emerson McAndrew, Urin, and all of our other winners and our first champion of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Make sure to tune in next time round, 14th and 15th of September, for the final round and the final dance up in Cumbria at Rowra. We'll see you next time.